Rock and roll, baby. Rock and roll will never die. Fuck Bowser. Fuck Goomba. Hey, yo, guys. More Link to the Past. I can't stay away from this game. I can't quit this game. Maybe the best game of all time. Is this the best game of all time? I think there's a case to be made.
Hey, listen.
Cube girls, cube boys, cube dudes, cube babes, what's happening? Let's knock out a few dungeons. I know Tuesday's not like the craziest day, but we're gonna get a little crazy. Happily Quirky, welcome, you are first. You are first. Welcome to Link Triforce Tuesday. I just coined that right now. I just came up with Triforce Tuesday. You were here for the birth of Triforce Tuesday. Not to be confused with Wind Waker Wednesday. We are 3 dungeons deep into the Dark World. We should try to knock out like 2 to 3 more dungeons. This is the 3rd Link to the Past stream. Backseating encouraged. Although I don't know how much at this point. I don't know how much of it we're gonna need. We've gotten most of the key items, a lot of the heart pieces. So we'll see. But let's. I kind of want to just dive in because we're starting so late.
Hey, listen.
Yo. If you stream it, they will come. For those who don't know, we are streaming on my new Super Nintendo Junior. I love the SNES Junior. Going into the TINK 4K, it looks great. Big fans. Look at JizzXL is doing pretty good. JizzXL is actually doing great. Make my mic. Wait, what just happened? GG, baby. I'm already congratulating myself. Might actually just, boom. The mountain cave. Whoa, we can start from the mountain cave? I didn't realize that was an option. Yeah, we'll start from JizzXL's house. That's a good, like, center point. Okay. Wait, oh, we gotta go to the Dark World. Gotta go to the Dark World. We just got the sword upgrade on the last stream. Isn't there something just to the west of Link's house that we can do in the Dark World? Here, let's go Dark World here. I can't use the mirror here? Hold on. What's up, Sai? Why is this Dark World gotta be so dark, man? Why can't it be more of a gray world? What's going on, Sai? This is a very late night Zelda stream. We're gonna try to knock out a couple dungeons. This is where we want it. How come I can't use the mirror here? I swear to God there's something right here if you teleport. Yeah, I know. This is later than usual, though. I try to start at 9. Whoa, a green bomb? Yeah, this is slightly later than usual. How you doing, though, dude? I appreciated getting to hear some of your music. Your music kicked ass, dude. This is very... Thanks, dude. You got me inspired to check out that AI vocal thing. That was really cool. Just working on stream stuff. That's cool. I appreciate someone who puts a lot of effort into the presentation of their stream. Sai is one of those people. Let's see. Motu! As to eat you! What's going on, dude? How come it won't let me use the mirror? What's going on with that? Daddy needs a dark world. Daddy needs a dark world. Oh, what's up, Dark Name Vader? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Where is the closest? Where's the? Oh yeah, let's just do the portal that's up here in Kakariko. Kakafrico. And we need the blue tunic. I wore a blue shirt today because I want to obtain the blue tunic. We need that blue tunic. That's my and the yellow hat and the blue tunic. It's so good. It's such a good color combination. CubeDude appreciates colors, man. It's very hetero to like colors. Okay, whoa. Here we go. Here we go. Kakafrico. Kakafrico. Okay, let's do 3. Let's do number 3. We get the blue tunic in 5 though, right? We did this a little out of order. We did 4 before we did 3. I felt it in the wind. What's going on, Ghost Milk? Is this the day we christen Ghost Milk with moderator status? What's going on, Eric? Eric's been on such a holiday stream roll. Just crushing it with these holiday games. I'm loving it, dude. Eric, I don't know if Toys qualifies as a holiday game, but still, Eric was doing the Tim Allen Jingle, not Jingle All the Way, the Tim Allen Santa Claus game for Game Boy Advance. It was great. Yes, this 3 can be confusing as fuck. That's probably why we've been postponing it. I appreciate Online Eric doing all these holiday games. But yeah, is this the day we finally christen Ghost Milk with moderation powers? Are you ready for that? Do we need to have a ceremony? That's close enough. I'll allow it. I will allow it. Oh, it's gonna be sexy. It's one of the main criteria for being a CubeDude mod. You gotta have sex appeal. I can't lift these? I haven't been in the Dark World, the Lost Woods in the Dark World. They're really scary. I feel like we should knight you, like, you need to bend the knee. I will tap a sword on your shoulder. Except instead, oh, never mind. I was gonna say instead of a sword. I can go between the, oh, you can't, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Motu. Oh, shit. Bend the dong. We should shout people out. There's not a lot of people here yet, but so yeah, Eric was just doing, you did the Santa game for Genesis, which I never saw till this year, but now I've seen a couple people doing it. The best person doing it was Eric, obviously, but then you did the Santa Claus game. What else? Well, you did the Elf game. The Will Ferrell, the game based off of the Will Ferrell Elf movie, which I need to revisit that. I remember loving it. Thank you for shouting out, Eric. And then you did the Robin Williams Toys game, which, man, I vaguely remember it from when I was a kid. I remember the end of that movie. I was a really little kid. I think I fell asleep. I was 6 years old when that movie came out. And I saw it in theaters with my brother, and I think Callie Boito, who some of you may have seen on my stream before, I think she was there too. Because we saw a lot of movies with her back in the day, including the Mario movie. Oh yeah, we got it. We can shoot beams out of our sword. But I remember falling asleep in the middle of that movie as a little kid. And then waking up towards the end and wondering what was happening. Thank you for shouting out the ghost. Silent Hill 4. It's crazy that there were 3 Silent Hill games. This might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker tonight, guys. I hear Dungeon 3 in the Dark World is a real stroker. We lost our special beam. Buy the $50 rupee shield for nostalgia purposes? You're onto something. A silent stroker. Every night is a stroker night. Every stream is a cube stream is a real stroker. The origins of this are pretty funny, although it's kind of taken on a life of its own. Chocolate milk, baby. Okay, we are no longer in the Lost Woods. The Lost Woods get scary in the Dark World. After you pull the Master Sword, the Lost Woods are not very scary in the Light World, but now they're scary again in the Dark World. The 93 Mario movie. Yeah, I saw that with Callie. Saw the Flintstones movie with Callie. Now that I have the SNES Junior, maybe we should do the Flintstones game one of these days, or not. My brother was a classmate of Callie in 1st grade. They were in class together in 1st grade. But then they went to different... They went to different schools after 1st grade, but they just remained friends, and I was the, like, annoying little brother who would follow them around. But then at a certain point, like when I became a teenager, they started to slowly accept me as an equal. I still don't feel like I'm totally an equal. I kind of say that jokingly. I think they do see me as an equal now, but yeah, back in the day, I was very much just the little brother. Was Kyle MacLachlan in the Flintstones movie? Okay, I think I see where we gotta go. I saw he's in... Let's go up a different way here. Oh. Kyle MacLachlan is in the Fallout show. Jonathan Nolan's Fallout show. I like how this tree kind of shoots stuff at you. You got ghosts in the Dark World. Not to be confused with Ghost Milk. Here we go. The music here is cool. Very scary. These woods are very scary. But in a cube. Not a bad idea. Well, the cube used to refer to CubeDude, but... the cube used to refer to GameCube, but at this point, we barely play GameCube. The pumpkin things remind me of, remember in Mario World, after you beat Mario World, the enemies turn into like weird pumpkin dudes? That's what it reminds me of. Maybe it was after you beat the special stages. See that? We can go in that. We could use some fairies though. What's our fairy situation? We got 0 fairies. Used to be all in on that GameCube. I remember back when you were giving Game Boy Advance a second chance. I feel like we just ran out of Game Boy Advance games that are really piquing my interest. I never thought we'd see the day, considering it. There's like 2,000 Game Boy Advance games, but oh, I guess we really do need to fall into fall savings. I'm curious what else Eric has up his sleeve though for holiday streams. Is this a full dungeon? Okay. You've been digging deep, I love it. I had, at one point in time, I did Google like Christmas games on Game Boy Advance and Elf came up. They definitely mentioned Elf. I never thought of the Tim Allen Santa Claus game though. For some reason that didn't come up. How many How many games is Tim Allen in? Like he's in there was a Home Improvement game. There's the Santa Claus game. Yeah, could you not change items without pausing? Was that not a feature in the original? So this is an improvement patch. Wow, really? So part of the improvement patch is you can change directions while using the Pegasus boots. Do Toy Story games count? Did any of them take place around Christmas? I'm gonna say off the top of my head, no, but I don't know if I ever saw some of the later Toy Story movies. Oh, the first one ended at Christmas. Okay. What's up, Crunchy? We're playing probably the best Zelda game of all time. The one that was definitely the blueprint for all the others. Oh, for Tim Allen movies, movie games. Yeah, oh, okay, good call, good call. Yeah, good question. How many games can you think of that have a Tim Allen sprite? So there's the Santa Claus game, the Home Improvement game. Those all have like a digital Tim Allen. So I finally played through this game 10 years ago. So it is not particularly fresh in my mind. So backseating encouraged. We were late to getting our Super Nintendo, and I think by the time we got our Super Nintendo, it was like 94. And yeah, for some reason we skipped this one, my brother and I, but we had both the NES Zeldas. The Galaxy Quest, there you go. The best Tim Allen movie at Xmas was Galaxy Quest. Oh yeah, that movie definitely has a cult following. You didn't play this till 95. We should have played this. Yeah, you got yours in 92. We should have played this sooner. All the Caves and Pits, okay. You didn't play till 07, so 10 years ago I played this on an emulator. Super baked. Super baked. Now I'm playing it on real hardware. I no longer have my childhood Super Nintendo. I want my baby back ribs. Barbecue sauce. Yeah, this looks like a bit of a dead end. The X5. So the benefits of the well, the X7s have the internal clock, which is great for Pokemon, obviously, or anything with an that has the passage of time or needs to keep track of time. I'm trying to think of what Super Nintendo games would benefit from having the internal clock. I think the Super Nintendo EverDrives are a bit of a different beast. What's up, Raven? Good to see you, dude. I saw you were watching Cinna do some Cinna. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm wearing a blue shirt today because I'm hoping we get the blue tunic. The Super Nintendo EverDrives are a little different. The FX Pack Pro is the way to go. A lot of games are not supported on just the basic SNES EverDrive. You really need all the extra chips. Oh, I can push this? Oh, we're gonna have... Oh, that's what I thought. Oh. Is there an X6? Good for you, Raven. When it came to Game Boy, I got the X5. And I kind of regret not getting the X7. It's really the only way to truly do Pokemon. There are some hacks that allow you to manually change the time in Pokemon if for whatever reason you didn't get the nice EverDrive. So I could always just manually change the time, but I don't want to do that. Can we pull? We need to pull the statue. This hand is so handsy, dude. This hand is getting very handsy. I'd like to see a definitive list of holiday games. There's got to be some ones we forgot about. Yeah, you can pull it. All right, let's pull it. Oh my god, did you guys see the backlash to the special edition analog 3Ds? So I guess, oh, you got the X7 Game Boy Color. Good for you, dude. I regret not getting that, to be brutally honest with you. Mother. The price increase for color. Also, if you had a choice between the black and white console and a really cool translucent color console, of course you'd go with the color ones. And all the early adopters didn't have a chance to do the color. Nuclear Winter could be a Christmas game. That's good. That's good. That's a good call. Oh my god, the hand is so handsy. What's up, Chris? What's up, Sunshine? Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Chris. Here we go. I just had to really time this. They have gotten a lot of bad press, or a lot of fans are not happy with how they've handled the analog 3D. Night's going good. Night's going good. How's your night going? Hold on 1 second. I gotta turn this bad boy down. You're not happy with it? I think they overpromised what this thing could do. I think they did deliver a cool product. The firmware needed a little more work. I'm seeing a lot of reports on Twitter of the console just tweaking out. And now they offer a new limited edition color version. Ah, the hand is so annoying. I usually love playing with a hand, if you know what I mean. Stick with the OG, baby. That's what I'm all about, dude. Scalpers already got their mitts on it. There are some cool features about the analog 3D, though. A lot of people want to play the original cartridges on their 4K TV, so I think there is a place in the market for the analog 3D. The features that really got me excited. Here we go. Sorry, guys. What's up, Young Street? Hold on 1 second, guys. What's going on, Young? It's cool. Can do the overclocking is probably the best feature on the system. It doesn't do any polygonal rendering, only pixels. So you're looking at a large ass 480i's image. Really, I heard the de-interlacing isn't particularly good. Was it no motion adaptive de-interlacing? The 32-bit color option is really cool. I would say I was seeing My Life in Gaming did comparisons between an RGB modded N64 on the RetroTINK 4K like I have and the analog 3D. They were nearly indistinguishable from each other on like a pixel art game. Ghost. What is the deal with Neil? But I think for the average gamer who doesn't have a RetroTINK, and just wants to play games on their 4K TV, it's a great option. Yeah, the thing is, then you have to get it modded. Yo, Ozzy, holy shit!
Just resubscribed for 24
oh my
months.
god,
Link to the
Ozzy.
past greatest game ever made.
You're preaching to the choir, bro. This is our third Link to the Past stream, and I have been saying that these past 3 streams, I'm kind of reassessing this game, and I think it might not only be the best Zelda game of all time, it might be the best game of all time. What's going on, brother? Ozzy, have you seen my SNES Junior? Have you seen my SNES Junior? It's an RGB modded SNES Junior. It's like one of the best video outputs of any of the Super Nintendo revisions. I'm very happy with it. That's what you're seeing on screen. Let me just quickly patch up. So I guess if you're gonna get an RGB modded N64, then you also need a scaler. So that's a lot of money. And it's a lot of people don't want to take the time to learn how to use the RetroTINK. I personally don't think it's that complicated, but the average consumer might. And so the analog 3D, it's going to be cheaper. It's going to be maybe a little easier to use. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm totally with you though. I prefer my original N64. But the overclocking is cool. The overclocking is really cool. 60 streams. Yeah, that's another, dude, that's a great perspective. Just hook up the fucking console and enjoy the game. Just play the fucking game. I'm kind of with you, Raven, dude. That's kind of fucking brilliant. Yo, 60 streams for Sunshine. Thank you so much. Did more for what it is. Can't wait for the Cubemon N64 emote chest tattoo for Cube. Zelda and Super Metroid. Yes, I'm with you, Ghost Milk. What a cute SNES Junior. Have you seen my cute little SNES Junior? And Chrono Trigger. I got life better than people with fancy. I got a project. Oh, dude, yeah, projectors. I need to look into gaming projectors one of these days. That does seem cool. So you're gonna go through those hopes personally. I mean, you might be onto something. You might be onto something. I think it's sold pretty well though, and it's easier. You can to find an analog. Is it easier to find an analog 3D than an N64? You can't just go to a store and buy an N64. With that said, you can go to like a retro gaming store and find one, but you can't really find it. I guess you can get them on on Amazon used, obviously. I know that Metal Gear stream, the infamous Metal Gear stream that ruined everyone's streaks. Hold on one sec.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, okay, Ozzy, I'm with you. It's literally the greatest game in history. Better than Ocarina of Time, better than Lee Carvalho's putting challenge, better than most kinds of sexy. I'm pretty much with you, dude. So I had finally played through this about 10 years ago on an emulator, and now revisiting it proper for the second time, like, holy shit. All the 3D games, 3D Zelda games owe so much to Ocarina. This was the blueprint. And it's unfortunate Nintendo never really did a 2D Zelda game on this scale ever again. You have Link's Awakening, but that's kind of its own thing. It was a handheld game. Yeah, I will say, dude, Perfect Dark on the analog 3D is incredible. Perfect Dark on the analog 3D with overclocking, like, fixes the game. It straight up fixes the game. Years ago, I ran a poll on GameFAQs, SNES board for best game on a console was the dead heat for Chrono Trigger, Super Metroid, and Zelda 3. Metroid was in top 5. Oh, for Zelda 3 and Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I mean, those ones you named right there are pretty classic. Oh yeah, okay, RetroSci, you're making a pretty strong argument. Just go get a RGB modded N64 for $135. Spend like, go spend like $600, $500 on a RetroTINK. That's still, yeah, honestly, that's the route I went. I'm kind of just playing devil's advocate, but yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the choir. I'm with you, RetroSci. The overclocking is cool. But yeah, it seems like the analog 3D is pretty buggy. Yeah, this game feels bigger than it is. That's part of the magic. When I was 10, it was literally, yeah, 2 entire worlds. And it's such a fun little playground. Hyrule it's like a little garden that you can go and explore. They crammed so much into this overworld. There isn't a wasted tile. Every section of the overworld is kind of like its own little unique biome. I can save $200 on an N64, buy regular for and just love the story of the graphics. I think Raven's making a pretty strong argument, guys, though. It's just like, just shut up and play the game, man. Don't worry about graphics. Just play the original hardware. For handheld 64 is fun. I've heard N64 emulation's tricky, although I remember doing N64 emulation in the 90s. Might be cheaper and easier unless you're a perfectionist, yeah. I mean, see, that's another, dude, Atomic Purple analog 3D, fuck, I kind of want that. I think the average consumer is gonna prefer the analog 3D over a modded N64 and a RetroTINK. But if you're on Retro Twitch, you're in the stream, you're part of a niche group of people who are retro enthusiasts. We're kind of a group of retro enthusiasts who will go out of our way to buy modded hardware. I think the average consumer won't do that. Yeah, there you go. The Mister. Yeah, there you go. The Mister's a good option. So Analog 3D is not the only game in town, but it seems to be the go-to for most plebs. Just get a 13-inch CRT and N64 with old school. Yeah, there you go, man. It still looks fantastic on the CRT. The guy who is modding my Trinitron right now, he's like a CRT guru, and he got he has the RetroTINK 4K and an OLED, and he was saying he hates it. He was saying it just doesn't look as good as a CRT, but he also has the nicest Trinitrons in existence, and they're all like refurbished and modded with the G1 mod and RGB modded. So he is playing on like the best CRTs ever made. He had such an insane collection of CRTs in his garage. Just a wall of like 14-inch PVMs, then all these like these XBR, which were like professional grade consumer Trinitrons. Some games are tricky, most play fine. Of course, this is coming from a guy who just ordered the Virtual Boy for Switch 2. Hey man, I'm excited for Virtual Boy coming to Switch. I want to play that library. Yeah, the normal consumer will just play Nintendo Switch online. Which, dude, man, the emulation on NSO is dog shit. Will you back me up, Sai, on that? Sai might not be able to speak to this a little better than I can. The N64 emulation on Nintendo Switch Online is notoriously flawed. Notoriously bad. I think they've improved it a bit, but it's nowhere as good as these other options we're discussing. And you can do... Yeah, should I do the randomizer, Crunchy? I know I see a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizer. It would be cool to do a randomizer here. Average consumers appreciate simplicity in HDMI, I think, even if it's not the best experience. Definitely. The HDMI, a lot of people just don't have something with composite or... I guess native N64 did not support component. It's just S-Video and composite and RF, etc. Average consumer appreciate... Cube, you have a Switch 2. Should I buy a Switch 2 or Retro? You should get the 4K consumer edition. My honest opinion is neither. Get the RetroTINK CE. The RetroTINK CE. I'm still impressed with the results of the RetroTINK 5X. Like, Eric uses it. It looks great. Chad Music uses the RetroTINK 5X. It looks great. I'm missing one other. Loverish uses the RetroTINK 5X. It looks great. But at this point, it's an outdated product. I would very much get the cheaper RetroTINK 4K. Other than those two, you'll be fine. Well, the emulation on Ocarina of Time when it hit NSO had a ton of errors in it, and Twitter went wild pointing out all the errors. They had a field day. Oh, it's the worst. Thank you. I knew you would probably have a similar opinion on that. Conquer was another one that looked great on Twitter. Oh, that's awesome. I should look into the projector, because projectors are lower resolution, so they'd be a good fit for a lower res 240p 480i console. It's literally sabotaging their games. Yeah, NSO emulation is bad. It's not just the N64 emulation, it's all of them. Okay. I've only played Ocarina and Banjo-Kazooie on Switch Online and ran into no issues. The issue with Ocarina is it was like missing visual effects in the water temple when you would fight Shadow Link. That whole sequence was like broken. And if you saw it side by side with the original, you'd be like, oh my god. But if someone hadn't pointed it out to me, I might not have noticed. For 64, I can't speak to that. I have I don't even know why I subscribe to it. I think I'm on someone who will remain anonymous's family plan for Nintendo Switch Online, so I have access to all the NSO stuff, and I've like never touched it. But I also have a bunch of old consoles, so I don't really have a need for it. I should do randomizer for Link to the Past. I think if I do a Zelda randomizer, it would be Link to the Past. The little composite to VGA for computer monitors on eBay. I actually just got a component to RGB SCART converter from England. I went through 3 different component to RGB converters, until I finally found one that would bypass the copyright protection on certain DVDs. There were certain DVDs that would just not convert to RGB from component, but it had to do with something called, I think, microvision, which was to prevent people from recording recording their DVDs on a VHS player. Like if you rented a DVD from Blockbuster, people would like record it on a VHS player. So they put copyright protection on there. If it detects any other device in the signal chain, it would like tweak out. So I was having that problem on some DVDs. Yeah. So Eric, you're with me, and the 5X still looks great, but at this point, I would really do the CE. I have the RetroTINK RG SCART to HDMI 2X. What's up, Sino, by the way? I need to sell that if anyone wants my RetroTINK SCART to HDMI, I no longer need it. Oh, dude, $800? That sucks. You're Indian CRT. I've been finding the controls and visual renderings completely broke. Yeah, I'm pretty much with you, Sai. I think you're right. Still, though, I think the average consumer is like, they might overlook some of that stuff. We are like a niche of retro enthusiasts who like hold emulation maybe to a higher standard. Sane. Yeah, I've been focusing on impressing everyone. I should have been focusing on my image. I'm impressed. At least 100 times, not once with a rand budget, saving randomness to fight my Alzheimer's one day. Okay, well, this is a backseating encouraged stream, you guys. Let's get back to it.
Hey, listen.
Let's get back to it. We got that big old key. So this is an improvement, a quality of life improvement patch. Ozzy, you will notice that I can change directions. Are you seeing this, Ozzy? I can change directions with the Pegasus boots. Are you seeing this? I'm waiting for Ozzy's reaction. I can switch items with L and R. Link's hair is not pink. The translation is better. Yeah, I can scroll items with L and R. Isn't that awesome, dude? I'm like waiting for Ozzy's approval. The hand is so annoying. This is witchcraft, quirky. It is total. What's up, witty name guy? It's so much better. And the translation's a little different, although it's not that different from what I can tell. It's just more in line with the future Zelda terminology. I forgot that we got the cape. Scrolling with L and R is still pretty annoying. That is not what I wanted to do. Link's pubes to pink. That's funny. Are so necessary. Yeah, it's great. So you gotta splurge, and I get to play it on the real hardware, which is awesome. Do you use Duolingo? It used to be Rosetta Stone. People would use Rosetta Stone to learn a different language, but now it's all I hear about is Duolingo. We did dungeons out of sequence. I did dungeon 4 before 3. Damn, nice, happily quirky. We have at least one Spanish speaker in here. Ah, muy bien. Yo quiero Triforce. I need to change directions when I wear my Pegasus boots. It's really a game changer. I watch Muzzy. Remember the Muzzy commercials, guys? I used to know those by heart. They would always play on Nickelodeon. What should I do with my SCART to RGB RetroTINK thing? I really don't have a need for it. To Cube's pubes. All the kids want to play with Cube's pubes these days. Oh, dude, there's a Muzzy game on CDI. Let's go. I forget if it was 3DO or CDI, but one of them had a lot of really funny edutainment games. Probably both, honestly. Muzzy game? What was the Muzzy commercial again? Your kids. Keith are on CDI. Introduce that scar to your Saturn and see what happens. It's for peasant trash. It is for peasant trash. These children aren't French, they're Sega Pico Cube. Oh my god. Man, we need that RGB modded Pico. Does such a thing exist? Before I get the Pico, I need to get... I have a Genesis out in my garage, but it's a Model 2. It's not the most desired version. You know me, I'm like... I need like the best... The revision with the best output. Pico is delicious? Pico de Gallo. Pico de Gallo. I need to get the Model 1 with the triple bypass, which like in the RGB amplifier, apparently like Genesis has bars, not bars as in like rapping, like a rapper has bars, but it has like jail bars is what I'm thinking of. Banjo is French for hello, thank you, Muzzy. A Model 2 Genesis is still good for burning. I mean, yeah, I should take the Raven Qatari advice and just say fuck it and just play what I got, but I need the best console output. V1 Genesis and a V2 Sega CD and a 32X. Apparently, the nicest Genesis EverDrive allows you to do both Sega CD and maybe 32X. What's up, Emo? He's like a shark. The triple bypass, the home, yeah, the, what is the, that's like the, Edgar Allan Poe episode. Okay, so that's a DVD I can finally play on my Trinitron. Is the Simpsons DVD had that weird copyright protection, but now I can finally play that. So when I get the big Trinitron back, you will be seeing Simpsons seasons 5 and 6 in the background. The PS2 Slim AC adapter on a Genesis? That's witchcraft. That's witchcraft. Genesis on C and 3S life support is something I kind of want. 32X life support. The triple bypass does sound like a medical procedure. But it's apparently the way to go if you're gonna plug a Genesis into a RetroTINK. But I don't know, we're in my SNES era right now, guys. This is my SNES era, you know, like Picasso had his blue era, or maybe that was Monet, I don't know. But this is definitely my SNES era right now. I'm almost ready for my Metroid X Fusion stream. I've been working on the X Fusion overlay. Sega made the Genesis and Sega CD3 use their own powers. Really? Their own power supply? Jesus Christ. My Mattel Hyperscan era? I'm in my Mattel era. I'm in my Barbie era, guys. Dude, the Barbie movie was so good. It's like the best movie of the last 10 years. I'm not joking even. Changing directions with the boots is crazy. The translation is better too. Like, honey, what's going on? Yeah, isn't Barbie like kind of a masterpiece? The script is just so funny. It's really well produced and directed. The official Sega power strip for it, I need to see this. Oh, we have 2 keys. All the Barbie games that we have played one of the PS1 Barbie games many moons ago. It's such a piece of trash. It really is in the cast. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds as Ken was great. The Sega Barbie retrospective. Yeah, the moral of the story. Honestly, I thought Ryan Gosling kind of stole the show. He might be the best part of it. Okay, we have that big key. Let's exit. Oh. Yo, Retro Psy. Yo, Psy, man. Real quick. Oh, wait. I've enjoyed getting to know Psy. Psy is also, aside from being an awesome retro streamer, Psy is also dropping an album. We were exchanging some of our home recorded music, the other day. Man, size stuff sounds very professional, and he can really play guitar and drums. Make sure you're following him, and you're gonna want to check out his music when that drops as well. That will a Bikini Atoll? I think Barbenheimer too. Barbie Game Shuffler would be kind of lit. I know. This inventory screen isn't nonsense. What did they change about this inventory screen? Because I played this through A Link to the Past about 10 years ago. The magic bar is also a little different looking. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Yeah, hold up 1 second. Sai. Yeah, good guy. Really, he puts a lot of effort into his like stream presentation, which, you know, that's something CubeDude really cares about. Well, the last stream I saw you doing some FF11, which is cool. Not something you see a lot of on Twitch. Something I think a lot of people might have missed out on. I just need a good old story with bright colors and a fun script again. Yeah, the colors, the way that they portrayed the like the Barbie land was so cool. Everything was like plastic, like the production of it was just so impressive. Oh, live animation portray. Yeah, bottles were one space and then a column were highlight. Oh, okay, good, interesting. Oh, it's originally green, so this is just the game for all intents and purposes is the same. They've just like made a little adjustments. I'm loving it. The cane and rod. I know, I need to get this. I need all these things, my friends. I need all these things. I still haven't used the Quake medallion. We've had that for a while. I'm not a big Quaker. He's not a big Quaker. We can get the big chest. I like a big chest. God, why is everything I say so cringeworthy, man? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. Or maybe I'm thinking of a magic bar being green. So the magic bar is horizontal rather than vertical in the original GameCube. You probably don't have a 3DO, but I'd love to watch you play What is Virtuoso? You know who does have the 3DO is Online Eric. Wait, do you have a 3DO Online Eric? Online Eric definitely has a CDI. Oh, it's a third-person shooter. Bombos. I need Bombos, bro. Okay, I thought you did. Eric has, and Sai has a 3DO too. That's awesome. I love Eric's doing like CDI and 3DO, man. This guy is he's a fucking gem. Eric is a gem. Putting great content out there 4 to 5 days a week. When you get a 3DO, you have to play Plumbers Don't Work Time. Oh, that's, you know, people have been telling me I should do that for quite some time. I should probably do the remaster, yeah. Plumbers Don't Fill Socks. So what is the fire rod gonna do for us? For CDIs. Someone told me they got their C3DO at a Goodwill. I forget who that was. Oh wait, holy shit. This is a good job for, this is a job for Rod. This is a job for Rod. I thought that was a job for Rod. This might be a real stroker. I thought this was about to be a real stroker. We should do Plumbers Don't Wear Ties though. People have been recommending that to me for a while. Yeah, have a great one, Sai. Thank you for coming through. I look forward to whatever you're doing next. I know it'll be high quality. Fire on the mommies. Thank you for the free Nelson Mandela. Someone on Twitch was telling me they got their 3DO at a Goodwill. Was that that might have been Sierra who said that? I forget. Okay. Making my way to the left, okay. We should stock up on fairies too. Did we do everything over here? Do we have any keys? We do have a key. Oh. I need that blue tunic. I also need... I could open that door if I could just get across. Two items? Items were too rich? It seems like they sell the best stuff on the internet. Is Young Street still here? Oh, what do I... Use the rod, baby. Oh shit! Was that a turtle? Let's go, thank you. I can't get through there? We need to get rid of this beeping noise ASAP. ASAP Rocky. Let's just go back. Fuck. Whee! Maybe a gentle moan. Really, I've heard a couple people saying this was an annoying dungeon or a tough one. I'm a little freaked. I almost walked right into that, man. Oh, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. The navigation, I've done the hard part, okay. It's good. Can I go diagonal? We're gonna find out. Yeah, we can. Oh my god. We're gonna need fairies too. Maybe we should honestly just bail and get fairies. How did that happen? What's the closest fairy cave to go to? We're gonna need fairies. Can I use the duck to teleport? Actually, here's an idea. You know, scrolling through these with LNR is still pretty annoying. Okay. Ocarina. Gonna travel by duck. No. Whoa. Getting the bee. Oh, yeah. Can't you transform the bees into fairies? I was just gonna capture some with a net. What's up, Owl? The good bee is in the statue? Wait, what's the... I don't think I know what the bee is. How doth one? What does the bee do? Oh, nice. Good looking out. Good looking out. Now we gotta go. Ugh. Like a pet bee? I've always wanted a pet bee. So I think we're good. We're in good shape. Let's travel by duck back to the Lost Woods. Ugh, I wish there was a faster way. Is my portal not there anymore? Wait, is my portal? Yeah, my portal's there. So let's avoid going to the through the dark world. Boing, boo 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 boing. Oh shit, whoa, man. We got a thief. There it is. Perfect, that worked well. The fake Master Swords do more damage than the actual Master Swords? That's funny. A lot of counterfeit Master Swords out there these days. Can I kill the hand? Here we go. Boom. Straight up genius shit right there. Oh, I can just slice them? Slice and dice them? Oh, nice! Don't have to live my life in fear of some hand groping me. Whoa, I've never done that before. Was that the Quake? That's good that they can be killed. Hot market for knockoff masters. Entire Hyrule sword market is collapsing. The Hyrule sword market is a little oversaturated. A lot of knockoffs. It's like Pokemon cards. A lot of fakes out there. But they still keep coming back. I foolishly oh, I can use the rod, baby. This is a job for Rod. Nice. Okay, there we go. Fuck. How did that happen? We had full life like a second ago. That room fucked me. Just take it nice and sleazy, CubeDude. Nice and sleazy. When do I get the next sword upgrade? Oh, freeze an enemy and we need... Really, will that give you magic? Is something to do here. That's good to know. I didn't think that was it. 5 and 6. They'll always drop magic. That's awesome. Okay, that's good to know. Ugh. Just trying everything. I've been underutilizing Boomerang lately. Can I burn one of these? Oh yeah, you can slice these fools. I've been trying to burn them. The pixel art in this is so impressive. The walls of the dungeon, the way they're like fake 3D, the fake perspective of the walls. It's really cool. All the detail. I'm calling that enemy hand job. You can get rid of you can get the third sword now. Fourth one is for later, you silly rest. I can get the third one now. So we upgraded, I think this is the third one, right? The fourth one. I just need to upgrade all my stuff. I need the blue tunic. Link looks so fly with the blue tunic. Okay. Link looking so fly with his blue tunic. See, like, you can lose your life so quickly. Blue Link is so hot right now. That's why I wore this blue shirt. Blue tunic just pops, baby. All right. Geronimo. And in A Link to the Past, he wears only the tunic, those legs. I know, showing off them legs. Red is trash bits, I know. Oh shit, we got Mothra. Yeah, this is annoying. Fuck. That was quick. Maybe it's B time? Is it B time? Oh yeah, let's use the cape, dude. We haven't touched the cape. This might be a real stroker. Honestly, I do feel like this is gonna be a major stroker. I'm not above using the cape, dude. Holy shit, the cape is incredible. I'm just gonna dance around this heart. Should I get the heart? Yeah, we got it. Fuck you, Bowser! Fuck Lucky 2! Run a train, baby! Run a train, this is gonna be a real stroker. I love these little cutscenes with the maidens, because the SNES generates polygons. In his aggressive train bandana era. The context of that clip was that was me getting first place in Mario 35. Mario 35 was so much fun and I got so hyped. I was really good at Mario 35, but that was before like anyone watched this channel. I wish they brought that back, dude. You guys would have had so much fun watching me like go crazy playing Mario 35. There's a lot of clips of me getting first place in there. I was pretty good at it. But yeah, that was me freaking out. That's the context of the train clip. Jizz XL, because of you, I was able to escape from the demon's clutches. Thank you. Do you know the prophecy of the great cataclysm? This is how I heard it. If a person with an evil heart obtains the Triforce, a hero is destined to appear. So I think this is retranslated. If you were to compare this back to the original, I think it's like slightly different translation. Drops of Jupiter. You know what's funny is one of my brother's friends in college became the drummer for Train. He lives in Seattle too. My brother sees him whenever he visits. He jams with him. He's a really good musician. But yeah, that's my connection, my like 3 degrees of separation to the band Train. He apparently has a platinum record on his wall. You can still play on a private server on a hack Switch. That's what I've heard. There's a crew that plays every Saturday. Yeah, is that like Enigma Wave plays it? I should do that. I mean, the only thing I use my Switch 1 for now is YouTube. If a person with an evil heart obtains the Triforce, a hero is destined to appear. Good group of people. Enigma Wave, he's a great guy. That hero alone will face the one who set off these destructive events. Should the hero fail, the entire world will fall under the shroud of the adversary's evil heart. The Knight Kinsman who protected the Hylian royal family can become this hero. Until Nintendo decides to. Bring it on, Nintendo lawyers. Most people wouldn't follow up to check that. He's not the original drummer for Train. Like he didn't play on the album with Drops of Jupiter or whatever. He only played on like their later stuff from like the 2010s, but he's like toured with them. He's apparently a lawyer for Amazon now. So I think this translation is like different, so it's more like the later Zelda games, which kind of explain all the Triforce stuff a little more clearly. You are of that bloodline, are you not? Then it's up to you to rescue Princess Zelda. Super Mario 35 server. I should look into seriously modding the Switch 1 since it's basically a YouTube machine. I love this little 3D crystal though. I love that it's this game from 1991 was generating polygons. Also the intro of A Link to the Past, there's the 3D Triforce. That's a cool use of 3D polygons. May the way of the hero lead to the Triforce. Yo, great suggestion on the cape. That literally saved the day. The issue with getting more hearts is now it's harder for me to shoot lasers at my sword. I have to constantly have more and more hearts to do this. Yeah, thank you for those details, dude. Sora. From Hoobastank, he hated that band so much. I can't blame him. Okay, so now we're on Dungeon 5. Oh, and then we're gonna get that tunic, bruh. We're gonna get that tunic, bruh. Can I use the ocarina in the Dark World? Probably not. It's easier just to select stuff from the menu. Oh, some Light World shit, bruh. Birds don't fly in the Dark World, man. Look at the animals. What a cool set piece this was. So magical, dude. Okay. Oh, is this the ice dungeon? Oh, bird don't like Master Sword area. Whoa, what is 8? Is there a way to get to the Dark World from here? Oh, there is, I think there's a portal. You're on a break now? Okay. I need you at all times, Ghost. Isn't there a Dark World portal right here? Let's find out. How you doing? How's work today, buddy? Great. 2 of my favorite Super Nintendo games. Goemon 3 is so good. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I thought. Goemon 3 has a very similar overworld map. The Goemon 3 overworld map is just like this map. It's really cool. You do 6 before 5? Interesting. Tell me more. Should I be doing? Motherfucker! I know it fucks up my game. Sometimes it did, but not always. 5 is just really noisy. Flames. What, how do I get the... don't I get the blue tunic in here, though? I think we need that tunic, bruh. Let's get the blue tunic, then bail. The award points for top finisher each round is very casual. I haven't played much. That's cool. I should get into it. I got so hyped whenever I'd get first. The cane from 6 makes 502. You gotta wait on blue tunic though, which hurts. How deep into the dungeon is blue tunic? This is the worst one in terms of navigation. I hate ice physics. The bane of my existence. They should have just sold Mario 35 as a standalone game. I would have bought it. I'm sure most of us would have. It's pretty deep. Okay. Let me see how I feel. Let me see how I kneel. After doing the Oracle games, I don't know how intimidated I am of this dungeon. Those dungeons were brutally difficult to navigate. Fully offline would be cool, and just the ability to play it forever. I loved playing against people from different countries. The clip of me, the train clip, there's a bunch of it that's cut out, but at the beginning of the train clip, I'm like, yo, I'm making America proud, because we'd just beaten like some guys from like Russia or something. Yeah, the magic dust on the fire spinner is a great trick. Pac-Man 99, that's right, they did some sort of Pac-Man 99 thing. Or Evil Fairy, as they're known. Really, which train? This one? Yeah. Fuck you, Bowser! Fuck Lucky 2! Running a train, baby! Run a train, baby. Running that train. High on cocaine. Okay, we can't come from this. Oh, wait, can I melt? Can I melt? No, I can't. That's what I was thinking. That's the train. I'll have to dig up those clips of me playing Mario 35. They were really funny. The Super Bomberman R. That's another classic game that lended itself really well to like a battle royale style 99 format. Mario 35 was not the sort of thing you think would lend itself to like a battle royale style game, a multiplayer format, but it did. It worked so well. That was the most of Mario 1 I've played in my whole life, even more than when I was a kid. Okay, I think I see what we gotta do. You know, I never did F-Zero 99, but I think... And I grew up with the original Mario too. I loved it, but I hadn't really gone back and played it as much until that came out. I never did F-Zero 99, but I heard good things. This might be sacrilegious, but I never really got into F-Zero. I like the characters, but I'm not crazy about like the gameplay, etc. Yeah, there's still an audience for Phantasy Star. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. How am I gonna shoot that? Well, here's what we're gonna do. Boom goes the dynamite. We need a boom goes the dynamite redeem. You're giving me ideas. With blades alone, deliver a finishing blow. Namco, shut that down. That's unfortunate. I didn't realize there was a Pac-Man 99. Oh shit, Sorrel! Hell yeah, let's go. What's up, Lightning Edge? What's up, Lightning Edge? Hey, Sorrel! The sweetest, coolest Seattle streamer has entered the stream. What's up, Sorrel? What's up, Sorrel people? Lightning Edge, good to see you. We were doing Mega Man X the other day, and we were trying to summon Lightning Edge, the king of Mega Man. You were doing Mystic Quest. Let's go. You know, I loved Mystic Quest as a kid. My brother and I played through Mystic Quest on Super Nintendo multiple times. We had that game down to a science. What's up, Bios? What's up, all the Raiders? I hope that's, ooh, yeah. My brother and I love that. And now that I've gotten older, I know people aren't crazy about that game, but it was perfect for us when we were kids. Yeah, Mystic Quest was awesome. You know, all CubeDude people, you probably already know Sorrel, but if you don't, you should.
Hey, listen.
You guys should know Sorrel. She's like the coolest Seattle streamer. She's also into pretty much all the same games. A lot of similar faces in there. So yeah, all CubeDude people, smash that follow. Go hang out with a badass babe. Her name is Sorrel. I'm doing good tonight. We're, I think we have 3 more dungeons to go in the Dark World. I'm gonna knock out a couple more. We knocked out the first dungeon pretty quickly with a little help from my friends. Let's do, I forgot I brought back visual shoutouts. Let's give Sorrel a visual shout out. We'll see if this works.
Welcome in, Vito, Sorrel, Clay, who is Sorrel? Or who is Sorrel?
Who is Sorrel?
Sarah?
I love it. I like you had Lufia there in the background. Let's do another. See, Sorrel is awesome. She's adorable. She's a good gamer.
And so when I saw
Sass
Final
Effect
Fantasy VII in the cutscenes, I was
Sass
just like,
Effect.
the character model of Brian in Quest 64 looks a hell of a lot better than the character model of Cloud in Final Fantasy VII. So I thought, no, I'm gonna stay over here. Sorry, guys.
I remember when you did Sass Effect. No, you're the coolest streamer. Okay, one more. I love that I can do visual shoutouts again.
You were trying to eat the bow on that Christmas present. Come here, you little crazy girl. Oh, I'm not hurting you. Stop
Oh,
that.
what's your kitty's name? I've seen your kitty a bunch. I've never asked what its name is. No, what's up, Lightning Edge? Good to see you, Lightning Edge. Let's get a shout out. Lightning Edge, also old friend of the stream. I forgot that I could do visual shoutouts. Dude, this dude knows Mega Man. Who the fuck is Sarah? I might have made the mistake of calling you Sarah once before. Okay, yo, please, everyone in the Cube community, you will regret not checking out Sorrel. Thank you so much for the raid.
Hey, listen.
So we are on dungeon number 6. It's true, that's Carrie. Oh, Carrie is a sweetheart. Skeleton swords with the blade alone deliver fishing blow after they've collapsed. Whoa, okay. This is new. There's a bunch of these guys. So this is a quality of life hack for A Link to the Past, where there's some minor tweaks. I gotta show you, you've probably already seen it, but this is my new SNES Junior. In case you haven't seen it, this is an RGB modded SNES Junior. There are a lot of Super Nintendo and Super Famicom revisions, and this is a later Super Famicom revision. And it has an exceptional video output, really crystal clear video output. It's going into my RetroTINK. And this is an FX Pack Pro, so you can load pretty much any Super Nintendo game or hack onto it. It's a hell of a combo. Sword them bomb when they collapse. Thank you. Some of the top Seattle streamers who start with letter C, whose name is also a compound rhyme. I love it. Bombity bomb bomb. I guess that's what the thing was explaining to me a second ago. They're doing a downward thrust. Buddy, I invented the thrust. It's copywritten. I think the plan is to get the blue tunic and then bail for dungeon 5 or 6. Where's Hookshot, dude? Ah. So I can scroll through the items with L and R, which is awesome, but it's also a little annoying at times. I invented the missionary. I didn't invent it, maybe perfected it. We need more community redeems, the show community. I spread it. Okay, so far this dungeon is more tolerable than it was hyped up to be. but I'm still probably not very deep in it. Whee! One of the quality of life hacks is that you can turn while you use the Pegasus boots. I'll have to check some of Sorrel's Mystic Quest streams. Yeah, my brother and I had a whole system. It's like before you go to the desert or the snow area, you need to go like get the seeds, the healing seeds from the early part of the game. We were super into that. And then I got older and I realized, oh, people don't like that game? I thought it was so good. Whoa. Okay, we don't have a key, so I guess that was tricky. Oh, you fall through that. No, that's not what I meant. Wanted to fall through the center area. You know what's cool? The Pegasus boots kind of negate the ice physics. Like I'm not really slipping and sliding like you usually do with the Pegasus boots. I hate ice physics, are the bane of my existence. Really fun game, yes. A lot of childhood memories of it. 900 number for Mystic Quest once. It's a shameful thing to admit. We are family. We called the LucasArts helpline on a lot of like Monkey Island and stuff. Oh, that's a big old key. It's a big old key, baby. And that is not how you want to fall from a different point. Wow, okay, this dungeon is crazy, dude. How many, wow, look at how many floors. This is a 7-floor dungeon, my God. My God. Let's get an evil fairy. No, I was trying to pocket it. Oh, we got a key. When all else fails, kill all the enemies in a room. Classic Zelda. So this is a quality of life hack where, what's up, Sound? They have just made some mainly visual changes and quality of life improvements. So this looks a little different. I can change items with the L and R buttons. Link's hair is not pink. That's a big change. What's up, BIOS? Oh, how did I spread that? Yeah, if you type Venus, you can use a lot of my GIFs in your Instagram stories and stickers. And I think if you type CubeDude, some of them will come up. I should tag them as CubeDude because a lot of people know me as CubeDude. But if you type Venus, well, basically what I did is I put them on Giphy. I have a Giphy account. You guys, I have like 800 million views on Giphy. I am not joking. All within the last 3 years, my Giphy account has kind of exploded. But yeah, they're all on Giphy, and then Giphy links to... Oh, if you search for Zelda, wait, hold on, this emote comes up if you search for Zelda, like on Instagram. This emote comes up when you search for Zelda. That's awesome. Well, basically, it's all on Giphy. So they're views. They are views for GIFs. Did I say likes? I meant I have 800 million views on Giphy, not likes. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Oh, the timer on the side. Yeah, so I guess we are at 11:29 in this playthrough. It's a really nice quality of life hack, and the translation is a little different. It just makes more sense the way they explain like the what was it, the imprisoning war or whatever. They explain it more like they do in the later Zelda games when they had kind of solidified the story and the timeline and stuff like that. Okay, I have over 800 million views on Giphy, and one of them is the emote of me with the Zelda hat sticking my tongue out. And apparently if you just search for Zelda when you're making an Instagram story, that will come up. 813 million views. Yeah, that's all within the last like 3 years, I want to say. My most popular one is the Madonna GIF. Whoa. You know what? Oh, I took way too much damage there. That makes me more famous for than the drummer for Train. That's awesome. That's really good to know, BIOS. That's awesome. I'm super happy to learn that. I wonder who uses my stickers and GIFs in their Instagram stories. It doesn't really show me. It tells me how many like how many views I've gotten in a single day, but it doesn't like show me who's actually using them. And I think there must have been a day or so where there was one day where I got like, I don't know, like 70 million views. I think it was like all the Madonna GIF. So the Pegasus boots here are a game changer. I'll use them, please do. Yeah, I've seen you use them. Ghost, you have definitely used them. I forget which one. You used the PlayStation 1 disc when you met the composer of Ape Escape. The 9/11, the Everyday's 9/11 is one of the GIFs available. Unfortunately, I uploaded Eat Ass to Giphy, but they won't display it on Instagram. I'm so pissed. I really wanted everyone to be able to use Eat Ass. The ice skate emotes. A couple people have inquired about that. Yeah, so that's one of the GIFs. It's not a sticker, but it's a GIF. Those are a little, you have to go deeper into the whole Instagram story thing to find those. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted the whole world to be able to use Eat Ass, but Instagram cockblocked me. Someday Eat Ass will spread. That's so funny, dude. Okay, this dungeon is pretty overwhelming. I'm just in this for the tunic, man. I did it all for the tunic. Come on, the tunic. So you can take that runic. No.
Bake 'em away, toys.
Bake 'em away, toys. If you search Neil, I have like 3 or 4 different animated Neil GIFs I made. Yes, Girl Chan, we've been kind of saying that all stream. Revisiting this game, it has become apparent that it is like probably the best Zelda. You found it for text messages? That's awesome. So fucking meta cockblocked me on that. But at least you can still eat ass via text. The randomized, people have been recommending the randomizers. I see so much Ocarina of Time randomizer. Partially because our good friend Loverish does a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizer, and I made her Ocarina of Time randomizer overlay. So I see a lot of that, but yeah, I'd like to see more Link to the Past. Yeah, you know what? You can make an argument that it's the best Zelda and therefore also the best game ever made. God damn it. This isn't Wand of Gamelon. I know Wand of Gamelon gives this a run for its money. You're thinking of Majora's Mask. We're in the middle of a Majora's Mask playthrough. We're gonna need to continue that soon. Yeah, I guess you kind of have to separate the 2D and the 3D. Unfortunately, they never really made another 2D Zelda on the scale of A Link to the Past. That is until they did like Link Between Worlds. And you have Link's Awakening is awesome, but it's a portable. It was made for a portable system, and that shows. It has some limitations. The world is awesome though. The world of A Link's Awakening is incredible. You mainly play it for like the world and the music. Gotta bomb that left floor. Nice, let's fucking go, and then let's get the fuck out of this dungeon, guys. Link's Awakening, def #1 2D Zelda. No, we need that big key. There's a lot that I love about Link's Awakening, but as far as pure gameplay goes, this has it beat. We need that big key, bruh. Bruh, we need that big key. Yeah, they're both very Lynchian. Especially Link's Awakening. I believe Mark Frost consulted on Link's Awakening. Holy fuck, we need the big key, but then I think we can get back to the big chest pretty easily. Link is the bad guy in Link's Awakening. Okay, please, I'll feel free to elaborate. Oh, is Mark Frost actually in the credits? That's awesome. We're huge Twin Peaks David Lynch fans here. I usually have Twin Peaks going on the Trinitrons behind me. I know, Sai, Ozzy, you're so disappointed. It's like, I thought he had the key. Coolio composed the tracks for Link's Awakening? That's why the soundtrack sounds so much like Gangster's Paradise. It all makes sense. You are kind of destroying the world of Koholint Island by beating the game. Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2 are personal favorites. So you're a fan of these originals. Zelda 1 should not be overlooked either. This game is such a leap forward from the original, but it definitely builds upon what they started there. Yeah, he kills the island. Link's Awakening's remake on the Switch. Yeah, I loved that remake. There was some hate, some criticism of it, but I liked it. With all the quality of life changes, it was almost a little too easy. Okay, where is this gonna be? Y'all can't be awakening a dreamer like that, man. You can't just awaken a dreamer, bruh. Bruh, you can't just awaken no dreamer. Alright, we're gonna need some fairies. We're gonna need them fast. Get that powder going, bruh. No! Can I just spam that? The wind, it should be the windfish's awakening. Dog, we need to get, okay, hold up, let me. Oh, maybe I should have gone up here to go up, okay. Being a dream is kind of a cop-out. I remember my brother and Callie and I beat Mario 2 when we were kids, and we were so, I remember that my brother and Callie being so pissed that it was a dream. Great game though. Good soundtrack. That's the Windfish's dream, okay. Okay. Am I doing this in the right order? Was there anything? No, we got that. Where's the wind whale? Asking the right questions, man. Asking the deep questions. I love the weirdness of Link's Awakening, but I gotta double down and just say the gameplay here is just so much better. God damn it. He doesn't talk about starting to feel the urge. Link is having these strange nocturnal urges. Fuck. I lost my beams, baby. Baby needs his beams. We're too far in to turn around now, guys. I need my tunic. Link socked. The sockening. Bro, I hit it. Okay. Wait, did I go through here? What's up, Punch? Thank you, Punch. I appreciate the kind words. We're doing well. Thank you. I don't think I dropped through here. Maybe I can't. Oh, I didn't pull out the tongue. I did not pull no tongue. Okay, I'll be on the lookout for some tongue. We're gonna French kiss. That's very deceiving. Fuck. This is too fast for the Pegasus boots. And I should really be farming these enemies for health. Fuck. Didn't pull out. Yeah, Cube's not a fan of pulling out. Okay. Pull the sexy tongue statue. Roger that. Link has so many illegitimate children running around Hyrule. God damn it. Link, you're embarrassing me in front of Twitch. Okay, wait, where are we? We want to go... Okay, we want to go down. Why does it highlight 2 floors at the same time? Whatever. This kind of breaks the ice physics. I love it. Yeah, like, it's like the ending of Titanic. Just haul her ass off the island. Okay, we gotta pull some tongue. It thinks it's better than you. Oh, we didn't go to the right here. Hold up. Okay, and then I also want to see what's up there. Although the tongue is probably right around here. I love that Eat Ass comes up for you on non-meta owned platforms when you search for Giphy. Here we go. Yeah, I skipped this last time. I saw that it was here. And I kind of just skipped it. The raft from Zelda 1. Seriously, that's a good throwback. We should do the SNES version of Zelda 1. It only came out in Japan, but there's a translation for it. This like bunny thing is annoying. Okay, yeah. I just overlooked this last time. I was kind of overwhelmed with all the various stuff you could do. While we wait for that bomb to explode, I will multitask. Okay, okay. I'm gonna need some key. Put up or shut up, okay. Boom. Okay, then, wait, hold up. Where was the big chest? Okay, it's way back further down. I need that blue tunic, dude. Wow, we need that blue tunic like Gotham needs Batman, dude. Yeah, build a fucking rat. I know. Hit those stairs. Okay, yeah. Dude, finding the hook shot in your inventory, pressing L and R is a little annoying. Yeah, down. Okay, bomb this shit, bruh. Okay. Yeah, here we go. I don't know if it's more annoying to just press start and select the item you want, or to press L and R and scroll through them. Both are kind of annoying. Blue fucking tunic, let's go! Oh, dude, this is such a sick look. And we got that red sword, dude. What's up, Temmie? What's going on? We just got the blue tunic. See, this is why I wore a blue shirt. This is why I wore the blue shirt. Thank you, we got that blue tunic hype. Blue tunic hype. Ghost. What's in here? Oh no, whoa, buddy. Temmie, how you been? How you been? What was Temmie playing? This is the blue tunic's world, we're just living in it. We are gonna die. Oh, that's cool. We need to hit the switch there. We need to lift that rock. SMT, what is Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne? Nice, nice. I've been really good, really good. I'm in I don't know if I showed you this yet, Temmie, but I got this really cool Super Nintendo. It's a late model Super Nintendo from like 95 or 96, and it has really good video output. So I'm kind of in a Super Nintendo phase. I've basically been doing all SNES. We're getting ready to do this new Metroid Fusion port for Super Nintendo. Someone ported Metroid Fusion to Super Nintendo and like expanded upon it. I think that we're gonna do that pretty soon. Yeah, it's like, dude, you showed me this like 3 times already, CubeDude. Stop showing me it. Pressing start is for the common folk. I know, seriously. Your God, it's so fucking funny, Ozzy. I love some Ozzy. No, I wanted to capture that shit. It's like, you baby, you can show me your SNES Junior anytime, baby. Did you have to say baby so many times in the same sentence, CubeDude? It kind of made me uncomfortable. Okay, we can't go there. That's cool, you're doing Shin Megami Tensei. One of our friends, Sweaty Naked Man, did a really cool YouTube video on all the NPCs of the original Shin Megami Tensei game. There's some goofy NPCs in that original SMT. To each their own. Who told you I call it a SNES Junior? Of course we get sexual about the SNES Junior. I made it a Shin Megami Tensei, baby. That's probably a sexual move in some part of the world. Finally. This is fine. Let's put that shit in a bottle, bruh. Okay, now, okay. It's like, CubeDude, I don't know if it really is. Fuck. They always go electric right as you're about to hit them. Dude, the blue tunic and the yellow cap. Doesn't the yellow cap, that's a nice compliment. Blue and yellow, that's a good color scheme. It's unfortunately the color scheme of the Los Angeles Rams, Seattle's NFL rival, but I still like it. I made her Shin Megami Tensei, baby, if you know what I mean. Make her Shin Tense Megami. The deep. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. Let's put these on. Nice. We can get these all in the bottle. The demon girl has mouse. Oh, is that in Shin Megami Tensei? I think they censored. Probably censored that a lot in America. Why do I have the bee, dude? Can I pull my finger? Pull my finger. Yeah, I'm releasing the bee, dude. Atlas censoring, nah. Apparently this was censored a fair amount. You know what? Maybe we should fuck with the bee. The bee is very loyal. I appreciate how loyal this bee is. It really makes it pop. Complementary colors are very important. Blue and yellow is a good combination. Although it does make me think of the Los Angeles Rams. In the beginning, it has a what? Oh my god. The American version must have been very censored. Okay, okay. We need, oh, the boss is on the second floor. So we need to come from over there. What if I fall off the other side? It's just fun-sized. Well, we take less damage with the blue tunic. If the bee gets hurt, it's personal. Is the dress, what color is the dress, guys? What color is the tunic? That was a big thing in Hyrule back in 2016. Everyone on Hyrulean Twitter was debating the color of the dress. This just goes to the same thing. I don't think the bee is as important as a fairy. Sorry, bee. You served your master well. Okay, maybe... Do we bail on this dungeon and just go do number 6? I'm tempted. I am tempted. Yeah, gold looks yellow, vice versa. Give me a heart, goddammit. And I need to lift that up somehow. Like, how doth one? For blondes and blue. That's a good look. That's a really good look. Being able to transform those into a fairy is so helpful. Oh my god. Okay, let's go. Let's go down. Kind of forget what was here. Do I use Pegasus boots? Nah, I would fall off the edge. Misery Mire is still your fave in the game. What number is Misery Mire? This seems to be unanimously the most difficult. Oh, the next one. Ooh, yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. The rain effect. There's some cool audio effects in this. The rain effect is really cool. You hear it in the beginning of the game. It's raining in Hyrule when the game starts. The reverb effect is pretty cool in the dungeons. The stereo effect. I have headphones on right now, so I don't know if it comes through the way you guys are listening to it, but the stereo effect on your sword is very cool. Like the beam that I'm shooting out, you can hear it going from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen or vice versa. Yeah, the beginning of this game is so great. 6 is, okay, it's unanimous. 6 is the best one, okay. I remember seeing the beginning of this game in the mall, the local mall near me as a kid. There was like, I was talking about this the other day, but there was like a gaming convention. It must have been, I think it was before the SNES came out or right when it came out, so 91 or 92, and I would have been like 5 or 6. But I remember seeing this game and seeing the beginning and thinking like, whoa, it like looks like a cartoon. It's like the graphics are so much better on this new Nintendo. The SP700, yeah. So as you guys know, I like the Super Nintendo sound. I've even made my own Super Nintendo music. I'm a fan. Fuck. They really nailed the rain sound. The reverb effect in the dungeons is cool. You can hear things like echo a bit. I thought I had the fucking thing. And you know what's funny is that when Wind Waker came out, then that really looked like a cartoon. Oh, 5.1, okay, 5.1, the short answer is it means you have 5 speakers and the 0.1 is a subwoofer. It means you have center channel, front left, front right, back left, back right, and subwoofer is the 0.1. It's kind of what they have at movie theaters, although I think it's a little more elaborate at movie theaters. When I do pet sitting in Seattle, Aussie, I get to stay in places that have 5.1 home surround sound, and it's awesome. Almost every modern movie utilizes it pretty well. Like every Marvel movie, Star Wars movie uses it 5.1. Like when you stream it on Disney Plus, it's 5.1. It's really immersive. A lot of TV shows use it now. Making FM music. Tell me more FM music. I make non-Super Nintendo music too. I'm getting ready to share a little piece of music that I did on my Casio keyboard. I need to finish that up. What's up, Desi? SNES was when stereo input existed. I didn't know if NES had a stereo, just use mono. Does anyone know, did NES support stereo or mono? I'll take the back channels as long as you cover the sub. Oh, that's funny. What's up, Desi? Good to see you, man. The 0.1 is a subwoofer. It's only 1/10 of a full number. You know, I catch what you're putting down. It's really cool though. Even just 3.1 is pretty cool. Like the back left and the back right. Like all the HBO Max TV shows utilize surround sound. Usually in very subtle ways. Usually movies take more advantage of the surround sound, the 5.1 surround sound. Did SNES support 5.1? Tears of the Kingdom supported 5.1. I was pet sitting at a place when I beat Tears of the Kingdom that had 5.1, and it was so cool beating Tears of the Kingdom in 5.1. So Switch supports 5.1. I think N64 might have supported 5.1. 2 fronts, 2 mids, a soundbar, and so on. So it's 3 in the front. It's center. So center channel, front left, front right, back left, back right. So that's 5. Then the 0.1 is the subwoofer, which I think usually goes in the front of the room. But yeah, it's the back left and the back right are really cool. Hearing like sounds coming out of the back left or back right. Stranger Things uses it really well. I'm going back to that place, Aussie, that has surround sound around the holidays. You should come over. I'll show you the 5.1. Yeah, love to see you, Desi. What's going on, Desi? Mono is 1 speaker. Yeah, so mono's only 1 speaker, and almost all recorded music was mixed in mono up until the late 60s. They started to do, like, the early Beatles albums have really bad stereo mixes because stereo was just an afterthought. Not a lot of people had stereo. Radio was primarily broadcast in mono. And then they didn't really start making stereo the like preferred standard until the late 60s and early 70s. I think the Beatles' White Album is the first album that has like a good stereo mix. The Sgt. Pepper stereo mix sucks compared to the mono mix. They spent like 2 months mixing Sgt. Pepper in mono and just like 2 days mixing it in stereo. Luckily, George Martin's son has gone back in recent years and done like good stereo mixes of all the Beatles albums. And the new stereo mixes are actually good, but yeah, it wasn't till like Abbey Road or like White Album that they started to emphasize the stereo version over the mono version. I thought soundbar and center were the same thing. Well, yeah, I will say, yeah, that's pretty much a yes. That's what if I give the 0.1 moniker if I were a king. Yeah, so the sound bar is pretty much, at one of the places I go, the sound bar is the center. And then they have 2 speakers to the left and the right. Yeah, the sound bar is usually the center. Yeah, I will allow that. Showing, yeah, what's up, Addis? Showing instruments all the way in one ear. Invoke, yeah, 100%. That's how it was. Those early Beatles stereo mixes are pretty goofy. Like the drums are in one ear and then the vocals are in another ear. They just didn't really know how to use stereo to mix music until like probably the early 70s, late 60s. But yeah, if you're gonna listen to older music, go for the mono mix. But like I said, they've gone back and done better mixes of the stereo mixes of the early Beatles stuff now. And for film, 5.1 dialogue, yeah, dialogue is typically in the center up front because left and right, partially because it's very easy to tell. Yeah, 100%. And then usually the back left and back right are just for sound effects. And sometimes the instrumental score parts, like you'll hear one instrument in the back and one instrument in the front. The way that they mix music is really cool. Apparently, the original Star Trek movie had really cool stereo mixing, or 5.1 surround sound mixing. We actually went and I was watching at one of these places where I pet sit, where they have the nice stereo system. We were watching the original Star Trek movie, me and my buddy, and yeah, the 5.1 sound on the original Star Trek movie is really cool. And for the yeah, I just plug one ear and hold one of those giant cones from olden time. Yeah, like what was that thing called, like where you like crank it or something? Yeah, you hold the giant cone. Yo, okay, I'm gonna go grab another beverage real quick, guys, and let's beat this. I think we should beat the dungeon, then we'll knock out dungeon 6 as well, and I'll see what time it is, but we're gonna keep going. Okay, I'm gonna just shout out some people while I just go to the bathroom. Shout out our buddy Desi. We love some Desi. Oh, that's an old Desi clip.
Alright then. We can get back that life at the Great Palace. You're such a sweetheart.
Who wants a shout?
Didn't learn my lesson. Let's jump.
Aaliyah gets a shout.
Oh. All right then.
Yeah, I love this old look though, the big beard. That's a good look, dude.
The bigger here, the bigger the milk gets.
You got studio monitors? Oh yeah, for your DJ setup.
With the milk carton. But then you
who else should I shout?
Milk glass,
who wants a
and then
shout?
you go to the milk,
raise your hand if you want a
like,
shout.
The milk bottle, like in the old times, and then you build yourself.
Let's do
to
Raven.
Let's
well. Shout Raven.
So you can have at the end of it, like like maybe I don't know, like the something years batch. You can get like a 6-pack of the milks. Ooh, ends with
6 packs
cow.
of
That's even
milks.
better. You're a bad influence.
Okay, I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. My mods, feel free to
that's a good idea, actually.
shout people out.
Like you build a 6-pack and everything, and then you end up with a cow. That's a great idea. And the cow is kind of like a ghost cow of some sorts because it's a ghost milk, and that's the origin. You have the legendary ghost milk one, dude. I need to save this VOD.
Come on. There we go. And I just pulled a scone. And he was here to see it. Well, we're gonna take a little potion break, because the one thing I said I was gonna do was like, I'm gonna go right into mist form. And I didn't do it.
Too much fun, CJ. Yes. Shut your damn match. Shut your damn mouth. Mouth, not match. And let me play. Let's go for 30. We'll see Zach wandering around. Ignore me, okay? Ignore me. Shut your... Yes, shut your damn match. And let me play. I keep...
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Exactly. And then there we go. Oh, that's risky, man. Yeah, let's go. Woo! We're done with this stage.
No, god damn it. Get out, son of a bitch!
Hallelujah. Oh my god, hang on. Look at that, huh? All that making lemonade with lemons.
Ah, shit. Oh, I got okay.
Oh, that
Oh, I need to put the game back on the screen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Yes.
It's a nice controller.
As fresh as this toy is, though. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you didn't see me kick ass then with Zero. Sorry.
It's a nice controller.
Yeah, I pulled the CJ. Whoops.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, guys. Let's continue with the Ice Palace.
Hey, listen.
Okay. GG. So boss is... And that goes down. Thank you, thank you. This dungeon is a little tricky. Oh yeah, this room. Okay, I have no choice but to fall down. This is very tricky, yeah, trying to remember. We got the main item, which is the blue tunic, which looks incredible. Great fashion choice. Okay, there's a few rooms here we have not gone to. I need to fall through that ice. Yeah, yellow hair now. So this is a quality of life hack where they've changed a few things visually. Like I know I did intentionally wear a blue shirt today because I knew we were gonna get the blue tunic. It is not a coincidence. You might have noticed on the last two Link to the Past streams I was wearing a green Henley. Also not a coincidence. I need a yellow cap now. Isn't that thank you? I'm glad you appreciate it. I try to match my protagonist. Let's go to the top, I guess, is my only guess. Wait. The blue and yellow is a good color combo. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is a quality of life hack. You can see that we can turn while using the Pegasus boots, which is very helpful. Oops. Oh, we can't get that. Ugh. I didn't think this through. You know what? We're just gonna go to the beginning of the dungeon. Okay, this is such a better drink. The last flavor I was drinking was like a cherry flavored, and it was so bad. This is wild strawberry. Much, much better. Okay. I'll take your heart. Okay. Maybe there was something here I didn't do. These green dudes. Did we go up here? Yo, okay, let's fall through here. Hitting these little guys is surprisingly tricky. My sword is clearly like clipping into them, but it doesn't count as a hit. Okay, we're gonna bomb these bad boys. Cherry flavored things like always taste like cough medicine. I'm drinking these Washington hard seltzers called San Juans. They're really good, but it's like a variety pack, and I'm down to the last two, and one of them was cherry. So I saved the best for last. Okay, I need to fall through here. How do I fall through here? I need to, you know what, now that I'm drinking again, I was sick for almost an entire month, and I kind of stopped drinking. But then my cousins came over for Thanksgiving and brought like a bunch of alcohol, and that's what I've been drinking these last couple streams. But anyways, long story short, I need to just go get the Huckleberry Pucker. What's it? Velka, good to see you, man. Like we need to ground pound, dude. I know. Do I ground pound this? How do? This is clearly where I need to go though, to fall. Okay, that's just some deceiving bullshit. Okay, this is challenging. Fuck, okay. Even turning with the Pegasus boots, this is challenging. Oh, could I do Quake in that room? I have barely used the Quake. There is that block. Yo, Ghost. Oh, okay. You're on the verge of being a mod. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. Yeah, take care, buddy. We love some Ghost. Did Ghost get a shout, man? Hold up. I don't know if I shout you, but we'll do it again. We love some Ghost Milk. Ghost Milk. Okay. You don't need to go there. It's all in your... Okay. Yeah, take care, Ghost. We love some Ghosts. Our brother in Goy. As in Goy Man. So I love turning with the Pegasus boots totally bypasses the ice physics, which I hate. Yeah, the Goy hole. I might be working on a new Goy hole for another overlay. It's gotta be one of these. Or not. See, I tried to get all clever there and shit. That didn't work. We got a new hole, baby. More orifice. Orify. I'm not showing Goy hole until you feel ready. Orifice? want to say we've done all of this. A center spot. It's the part with the ice, right? The part with the ice. Do I need to bomb the ice? This room, right? It's something with this. It's something with this. Drop to the... Push the ice. Unfortunately, I can't go back. Oh, push the ice. God damn, unfortunately, I can't go back. So the yellow and white, that's called composite. And composite was actually a step up from RF and coaxial, which were like the kinds that would go into the cable. You remember how you plugged in the cable? You could also plug in your console like that. But then the downside to composite, some people like the look of composite, but composite had all the lightness and color data was all in the same plug, so it looked a little blurry. Okay, left. Unfortunately. So this is an RGB modded SNES Junior. So this is what the output looks like. It's an RGB, and it separates like all the different color channels, the light, the chroma channels, the brightness, the sound. So every color and brightness, all the different color and brightness data is separated into its own channel, which is why it looks so good. Okay, unfortunately I honestly just want to use the mirror and go back to the beginning. I thought I was trying to push one of the ice blocks. Like, that crossed my mind. Oh, you need blue blocks down. Okay. Okay. Let's just see how far back I can get. Am I too far back? I'm gonna just keep going back. Am I too far back? This is really far back. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Yeah, Sora, exactly. The chromatic aberration, which some people like the look of it. Some people like the look of kind of the crappy video quality. Then it goes like RF, coaxial, composite, and then S-video. S-video is a pretty big leap forward because it separates the color channels and the brightness channels. So it's Chroma and Luma all have separate channels. And then it goes from S-video to component, which is almost exactly the same as RGB SCART. SCART just has like one extra color channel, I think. Blue blocks gotta be dynamite. Okay. There's a switch. Isn't there a switch somewhere? Some people like the murky look. You're not alone. A lot of people like that. Let's see. Green, yeah, green, red, green, blue instead of CBC. It's crazy how component works. Wait, is this the ice block that I need to push? Is this the block we push? I know we gotta put the blue blocks down, but... So on component, I think the green is like the sink. The green cable doesn't actually have green data. It's just the sink data. And then it infers what is green based on what is not in the red and the blue. Hit the stairs. So this is the room with like the ice, then I can't do anything. Go right and go down, okay. Hold on 1 second. Just got an email from PayPal. Something about Justin TV. PayPal could not provide payments to Justin TV. What year is it, dude? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, Sora, pretty much. I think it has a dedicated green channel. As we're component, the green is actually the sink. And it infers what's green based on what's not there, or something crazy like that. Where is Maxwell Silverhammer? Sink is weird. It's whoa. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Hold up. No! I wanted to, never mind. Wasn't this blue tunic supposed to take less damage? Okay, okay. Warhammer, as in the things that you like, the little tiny miniatures you paint. Am I like going in the right direction at all here, guys? I need more backseating. Don't blame the tunic. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I want blue down. God, these things are so annoying. We want blue down. Okay, blue is down. Yeah, a lot of games have that option between mono and stereo. I think you probably always want to use stereo. Well, at least we can stock up on fairies this way. Yeah, the blue blocks are down. Oh, I wanted to capture it. You know, that's how Brian Wilson mixed his music. That's why he mixed the Beach Boys album Pet Sounds in mono, because he could only hear out of one ear. He was deaf in like his left or right ear. So he mixed one of the greatest albums of all time in mono. Thing is, I don't know. I think we're fucked. And 4 possible to turn left. I really don't know that room, to be honest with you. Now we're in a weird conundrum because in order to progress, we have to have the blue blocks up. I think we have to have blue blocks up. That's to the beginning. I'm gonna capture this ferry. $7.1, go up. Okay. I was gonna capture that ferry, but whatever. So to go up... Okay. This is the trolley part. I guess there is a switch in this room. Bomb the floor. It won't let me bomb that floor. To hit the switch before you try. Are you kidding me? That shit is cray cray. I don't think it lets you go back. Yeah, okay. Wait, was that... Yeah, but... in order to progress there, I think you have to have the orange brown blocks down. I don't even know what color they really are. You have to have the blue blocks up to progress there. Okay. Yeah, well, let's reassess. Let's reassess. Okay, this is the part. So... Okay. That's a good question. I didn't think it was possible. There is this... They are using new ways to create 3D sound using just two speakers. They can simulate 3D audio now in pretty cool ways. I'm not an expert on that, but it might just be a marketing term. Okay, well... Oh, I can do that. Okay. Oops. Oh, that worked. Okay, blue is down. It won't let me bomb this floor though. Okay. So to progress through here, you need to have it down. This floor is a bomb. Yeah, it's a bomb tease. That's what I thought. Okay, we're back here. We are back here. Can I push one of these blocks? I think I tried it. .3D audio is really cool, and it's pretty convincing, even though it's just coming out of your like headphones. There's some like, I think it's like binaural audio. There's a name for it. Okay, it left. Okay. Yeah, binaural. Thank you, binaural. So there are some YouTube videos with the binaural audio. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty convincing. Okay. So that's where I got the blue tunic. This is where I got the blue tunic. Okay, this one. Fall down here. The ASMR. I haven't gone down that wormhole too much. Oh, this a one? Away for Aussie confirmation. Okay, the right hall, thank you. So yeah, this. I never figured out how to do that. Okay, but that's such a mindfuck. The way that room is set up is such a mindfuck. So, we gotta get in here, but the question is how? But even if we hit that switch, even if we hit the switch, we can't. Or can we? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay. It's coming up, Millhouse. It's coming up, Millhouse. I've never gotten past here. Here we go. Then I just backtrack and fall down. Okay. Okay, we got 3 fairies. Full health. Okay, and a pretty good idea of what to do. I need to get back up there and fall down that shit. Maybe this way? This does feel right. Then I think I want to just drop down now that the switches are switched. Now that the switches are switched. Yo, Sora, thank you for hanging. Okay. One of these ways, yeah, I think this might be it. No. No, yes, I think this is yes, I think this is it. I think this is it. No. I strike that from the record. There's stairs over here. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. This is it. I think this is it. Yes, let's fucking go. Subs for dubs. Subs for dubs. Yeah, you were right. You were totally right on that. That was tough. You had to really think about the dungeon layout. In the Switch, yeah. That was one of the trickier things I've seen them do. Like knowing to drop down there, holy shit. Yeah, I was trying to figure that one out. Oh shit, this looks like a boss. We are ready though. I know, about fucking time. Thank you for your patience, everyone. You seen this shit? Pegasus Master. The hero of Pegasus. Hero Pegasus. Hero Pegasus. Dude, I did that and that was just one attack. I'm still going, dude. I'm still fighting the boss. Ah, I'm seeing ghosts. Link has PTSD, dude. I know. Link is like on like meth. Thank God. That ending, that little final puzzle is so tricky. Okay. Thank you for the GG. Thank you everyone for your patience on that. We were kind of walking in circles for a good 20-30 minutes. Let's knock out 6 and 7, maybe even 8. JizzXL, because of you, I was able to escape from the demon's clutches. Thank you. It is said that the Hylian people once wielded mysterious powers like that of the 7 sages. Thank you, Blake. Hey, I'm Link. I gotta go. I gotta get your crystals. Save the princess, man. I know, Link's been snorting. The 7 sages, yet over time, Hylian blood is thinned, and even the descendants of the 7 sages have much diminished power. I know, the Hylian people are not as pure anymore. The Hylians, they've been race mixing, they've been, you know, fornicating with the Gorons. The Hylian blood is not pure anymore. I do not support Hylians and Gorons fornicating. I'm just playing, I'm all for fucking Gorons. We should all fuck Gorons. If shown the power of courage that the knights once possessed, the wisdom pass. He's got to have the crystal, he will cut you for it. That the knights once possessed, the wisdom passed down to us by the 7 sages will grow stronger. Only a short time remains until the passage linking the 2 worlds of the castle opens completely. So the 7 sages, that was a thing in Ocarina, except I think it was 5 sages in Ocarina. If you defeat Ganon, the Dark World will vanish along with him and the Triforce will await a new master. JizzXL, I believe in you. I've got a rock hard Goron. I believe in you, don't ever give up. The Gorons are very hard. 7 maidens, baby. May the way of the hero lead you to the Triforce. What, how many, so 7 maidens, 7 sages. In Ocarina though, I want to say it was, I want to say it was 5 sages. I kind of forget though. Okay. Let's go do 6 is in, oh, it's like a lake over there. Raru. I bet Desi might be able to answer this. Raru, then the Zora is one of the sages, then your Kakariko friend, Saria is a sage. Maybe it was 7. The guy who watched over Link through puberty, yeah. Maybe it was 7. 3 goddesses, 5 mages, 7 mages, 1 motherfucking Link. You need the ether medallion. Okay, how doth one get the ether medallion? So I appreciate how they're kind of linking. This retranslation seems to line up more closely with the later games. All the sages, sacred realm, that sort of stuff. Although it's been like 10 years since I played the original, I forget kind of what the translation was there. What am I looking for? The mirror. Left? Oh yeah, okay. I think we can bird our way up there. Oh, so we got Mad Rupee. Oh, it's the grave on top of Death Mad and Light. Okay. The guy who watches over Link during puberty. We should probably buy the red potion or the purple or the blue potion. Yeah, let's carry more arrows. We got 99 arrows. I got 99 arrows, but a hook shot ain't one. That was almost brilliant. Raru, Ruto, Saria, Daria, Impa. Oh, it was 7. Okay, it's 7 sages in both the games. Good looking out. Rupees for my groupies. We're gonna max out our bombs here. Oh, they're named after the towns in Zelda 2? That's fascinating. Raru is, and then Raru was a big character in Tears of the Kingdom. He was the original king of Hyrule. Ruto, yeah, Impa is a recurring character. The 6 sages Akari, who was Mito again? Fuck Mito. Kasuto. Was this the first Zelda game with the fairy fountain theme? This is one of the best pieces of Zelda music. I tried learning this on piano once, but this is a hard piece to play. I got the right hand down, but the left hand and the right hand were pretty crazy. I could probably learn it now with enough time. Oh, the Kakariko that hated Link, man, fuck that guy. We don't really even need this many bombs or arrows, but what the fuck. First Zelda has fairy fountains, but no theme, so it's just a swamp by comparison. Yeah. This is one of my favorite pieces of Zelda music. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World used the fairy fountain theme in a couple different scenes. Great movie. I'm sure most of you have seen it. Although it's a little weird to rewatch it now, 15 or more years later. It just so brings me back to like 2010. The P meter, yeah, the P meter is the magic meter. There's a lot of Zelda references in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Just in the opening scene even, you hear Zelda sounds. Cause young Neil is playing. He must be playing Link's Awakening, but it's playing Link to the Past sounds. The waterfall, dear friend of mine at the waterfall of wishing. What the fuck? She won't max our shit out anymore? Not that we need more than 60 bombs is more than any adventurer truly needs. Okay, Ocarina. Oh, nice. It can take me all the way up here. That is so helpful, dude. The fat fairy has the fat gear. That's by the, it's in the upper right near the waterfall. So to the left, the grave was somewhere over here. Go up and left. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I love all the different layers going on here. There's like two layers of clouds, the forest beneath it. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, we read that a long time ago. Icy winds from the upper atmosphere. Being able to drop behind Death Mountain. I know, what's there? What's there? A 60th bomb has hit Misery Mine. That's funny. Well, I'm glad we could warp there. This is really nice pixel art. The way the clouds move there is really nice. There's gotta be stuff back there. Oh, how can I know there's gotta be. I like how it hints at a larger world just off the screen. Well, that was very helpful. Oh, it's raining again. So this was a desert in the light world, but now it's like a swamp here in the dark world. It's a good ambient sound effect. Oh, different dungeon entrances? Well, we lost the sword beams. That was quick. Just what I needed, man. Oh, nice! I almost want to 100% this. You can fight a ghost there, it's just a dumb glitch. In the swamp, you can fight a ghost. Is this bombable? It looks kind of bombable. That's a doorway. Yeah, I got some rupees to burn. There's a monster causing the rainstorm in the bog. Get in that corner and mirror to the light world. Good looking out, Motu. If the wind starts blowing strong enough, I bet the rain might stop. Oh, makes it spawn an enemy from the light world? This is some deep knowledge, guys. Oh, we should also explore this. Probably more rupees. Oh, I'll take it. Can I throw rupees at her? Make it rain, baby. Dance for Link. But it can hit you. That's crazy. Oh, shit. Let's go. Heart piece? Yeah. Oh. This is insanity. Okay, that wasn't that insane. Let's go. The bombos? Ooh, where might one find bombos? Are the bombos down there? Oh, what just happened? Oh, it wouldn't let me. I like glitched. Whatever. Okay. I think I did it in an inconvenient spot. I remember Nintendo Power had a pretty cool Link to the Past comic book where he's fighting these like these dudes right here, these Sandman creatures in the desert. It had really good illustrations. A grave to the right, you'd mirror to it from the Dark World. Nintendo Power had a really cool Link to the Past comic book, as I recall. Yeah, there you go, there you go, okay. Well, okay, unfortunately I think we gotta do this. Six, 9, 6, 7. Would it be right here? 9, 11. Would it be right here? I guess let's find out. There's no harm in trying. No, it's further to the right. Gotta get up there somehow. I have to get it coming from the warp by level 2. Okay. Is it a heart piece? Oh, it's the bamboos. Let's do that. Honestly, let's do it. Is there anything else over here? We already checked that out. Did we check this out? I think we did. It was the ferry. The evil Zora? That's awesome. Dude, this fucking game is a masterpiece. Hey, it stopped raining. By level 2. Okay. By level 2, you mean you want there's a warp around here or something? Oh. That's new. Oh, or the second crystal. I kind of forget. I'm assuming it's somewhere over here. What's up, Miss Cakes? I'm doing good. How you doing, Cakes? Cakes in the house. We're just doing some Zelda. Yeah, same old, same old. Just another late night playing old Zelda. An evening well spent, in my opinion. Go to the warp, then go left. Go right a screen, then up, you'll see it. Okay. Okay. Just quickly heal our shit up. Heal our shit up. We love some Little Miss Cakes. Shout out Little Miss Cakes. Yeah, no problem. Okay, I was close, but no cigar. I don't want to lose my sword beam. Okay, up and then left. Oh, here we go. 6, 7. So where is this? Other side, okay. Yeah, I'm not, okay, I'm nowhere near it. Okay. Wasn't there, yeah, there's a warp somewhere around here. Above, oh, that's right, above the pond. Yeah, that's right. That little dancing dude. There's the hammer. What a conspicuous rock. Okay. That bombing dude is annoying, bruh. Okay. Okay, this better be a heart piece. Daddy needs a heart piece. Sock 2, Sock 2. I don't have anything to fill. You poor man. My heart, my sympathies. There's clearly something right here, right? My shaman name? Right? Yeah, what was this? Okay, we'll find out. I know that's a bomb. I might have done this already. I know you got work in the morning, dude. It's still the coolest medallion. And he can rock a blonde wig and a blue tunic. Yeah, that must have been a heart piece or something. How do I get up on this ridge? Ridge racer, fucker. It's the same as the sock fill noise. It checks out. Your logic is sound. I'm slanging socks. I would like some Zelda socks. His magic crystal. Link has been to some Grateful Dead concerts. He's into stones. They're gems. God damn it, they're gems. All the way left, then warp. Okay. You got Blanca socks? That's the coolest shit I've ever heard, dude. Did you pocket the Blanca sock? I want some Blanca socks. Okay, I'm gonna warp right here. I know, Blanca socks. Everyone, we're all unanimous. Let's go! Stealing Street Fighter socks is a fireable offense. Oh, that's savage! I'm not using any of these magic spells, but they're cool. That was worth every penny. Even though it didn't actually cost a thing. I love these sand guys. I just remember that image in Nintendo Power of Link fighting the sand guys. Dude, let me come in those socks. Let me come in those socks. How do I up my magic meter? Let's go do that. Fuck a dungeon, I want more magic. I'll be spamming those medallions. I hope everyone is watching me in 1440p. Oh, I got the magic upgrade already. Let's go do this dungeon. Oh yeah, I got the bat. No, I got the half cut. I got the half cut. The bat who gives you the half cut. Nothing but a Link tunic? Sexy. Your phone, some phones can do 1440p. Oh yeah, maybe in this hack it's only like 1/2 or something. I pointed this out before, but one visual flourish I really appreciate is how you can see the light coming in the entrance of the dungeon. That's a good flourish. Okay, dungeon 6. Dungeon 6. We're changing the stream title. Yeah, your phone should be able to do 1440p. 911 is the best quality. I know what you were referring to when the bat who cuts your magic in half. I forgot about that. By the gravestone in the graveyard. Whoa. Fuck. It told me the blue tunic would take less damage. These fucking whiz robes, man. $420 is the best. There's a fair amount of dungeon items. I think I have most of the upgrades. Now it's just time to shit or get off the toilet. We're gonna go exploring. Where is the fat fairy is by the wishing well? The bunny thing is so annoying. Fuck. It's in the pyramid in the dark world, but you need the super bomb. Okay, I need a super bomb. Can I? No. Oh, this is obviously not where we go. Can I hookshot over here? I kind of doubt. Can I just run over here? Oh my god. Okay. Well, that didn't accomplish much. Forgot how cool this is. Ugh. That is not the correct way to go. Let's see. We need a key. Your ID for 6 crystals? My 6 crystal ID. Okay, it must be... Oh, no, we can go over here. Let's go left and right. $13 on this playthrough. The green bombs, yo. Wait, that's the way I came? God damn it. That didn't accomplish. Oh, okay, I see what's up. Okay. Wait, no ferry? Daddy needs a ferry. You finally got a key. I gotta see what's down here. Nothing. Wait, what if I just maybe can't be invisible? Nope. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Well, could have gone about that a little better. But it's all good. Oh, here we go. Yet another key. So many damn keys. Where have I gone down before? Okay, let's go. I don't know where. What's up, B-Man? There's spikes. There are definitely spikes there. I just kind of brute forced my way through the spikes. I like that your shield can block those. Question is now where? Oh, I could have maybe hookshot it across there. Well, regardless. Let's go. Oh, did this change? No, it didn't. These goddamn whiz rubs. The bunny thing is impossible to dodge. Got a boss key. We still have a key, and now the blue blocks are down. So those should open up a few things. Yeah, here we go. Got the map, let's go. How doth one? You only made it to the church. Some of these later dungeons are pretty tricky. I'm lucky to have some loyal viewers who are helping me through it. You know who you are. Couldn't have done it without you. I thought I could Pegasus boots through there. That was wishful thinking. Here we go. Okay. We can go across there now. I think I got this. The keep is so helpful. I wasn't allowed in the church. So this is a retranslation. For those who don't know, we are playing this on real hardware. This is my new SNES Junior with an FX Pack Pro. Going into the RetroTINK. It's a beautiful beast. But this is a retranslation, and it also has some like quality of life changes. So the church is called the chapel in this version. Go into the chapel and where? Was it called, what was it called in the American version originally? They wouldn't have called it the church. Nintendo is so, again, they're against any religious imagery. Let's see if this will do it. One more heart piece and we got a full one. Chapel is for marriage. Oh, churches are for religion. Okay. So what was it called in the American version? I think it's called chapel here. Motels are for one-nighters. That's hilarious. Link is checking into a motel with Zelda. A fucking chest? Sanctuary in the original and so it's called Sanctuary in the original. I think it was chapel here. This little like fence reminds me a bit of Mario World. Let's go here. Got conveyor belts. Oh, okay, let's get this. This thing needs to die. No, I don't have any magic. They got rid of the crosses too, can't crosses in games. So this, I think they reversed all the censorship in this quality of life hack. We should go check out the chapel or the church or whatever. Crosses everywhere in Zelda 2. I think, so that was a little bit of a different era before Nintendo was as vigilant about no religious imagery. But that's interesting, Zelda 2 has all the crosses, unless it's Castlevania or Tetris or any other game, really. Oh, well this is tricky. How am I supposed to do this with no magic? Really wish I had that blue potion right about now. I guess we'll just farm. Oh, here we go, baby. Nice. Original Legacy of Kain, did that have a lot of religious imagery? Well, oh yeah, the only reason I wanted magic here was so I could do that. Now we can do, let's get our fire rod. Fuck. Whatever. I was gonna be patient, but I lost my patience. He wanted the religion of Hyrule to be Christianity because he thought it was exotic. You see so many religious references in these games, but his team thankfully advised him not to make Christianity the game's religion. That's wild. That's wild. But there's definitely a church in this game, and then the Temple of Time is like kind of like a sanctuary where people come and like worship. That's interesting, man. The Jesus fight was changed to Mothra. Yeah, they just weirdly censored and done something. The Jesus fight was changed to Mothra. There's clearly a religion here, but it's not Christianity. Yeah, there's some church. I mean, everyone probably knows this, but the original name was Triforce of the Gods, which is a much cooler name than Link to the Past. And Link Between Worlds was Triforce of the Gods too. Final Fantasy didn't have the crosses. They changed Holy to Pearl. Thank God they changed that back in 7. Yet they still let the word holy slip a bunch in 4. Where are we going? Yeah, that's what he wanted for Japanese Zelda. Okay, what did I just open here? What did I just open? Okay, up and then left, then up. He wanted this game to have a ton of God. He wanted this game to be more Jesus-y. Hyrule needs Jesus. Okay. No, Nintendezi is an epic streamer who everyone should follow. Okay, there's a couple pathways we might have missed. Down, down, right down. We love Desi. We love all our friends. Very blessed with friends. What's up, Bagel? That made Ganon the devil. Ganon is Judas. Ganon is Judas. And then Link is Jesus. Oh, we never went down here. Okay, we totally missed a room. Demise would be the devil. What the fuck? Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got a crazy room. Oh yeah, if he what would he have done with the villain? Ganon's just Zelda's drug addict ex-boyfriend. He thinks he's into Satanism, but he watched The Crow like because he watched The Crow 6 times. I do get the impression there's like, I don't know, maybe a sexual relationship or sexual feelings between Link and or Zelda and Ganon. Like she kind of wants it, dude. She kind of wants it. I'm not the first to point that out. What is going on here, dude? That's Peach and Bowser. They both want it. Link and Ganon thrusting each other with their sword. There's that. That's definitely. I can see where you're coming from there. Turned addict after high school. They definitely bang. It's in the prophecy, bro. This room is a head scratcher unless I... Can I hook shot? I don't think I can, but let's try it. Nope. Link and Zelda are just really good friends. She cheated on Link with Ganon. Okay, so there is a switch here. I mean, I think it's all there. All this sexuality is in the original game. If you look deep enough. Okay, can we push this? No. It's not even subtext. It's just text. There's stairs. This might be a real stroker. This might be a real stroker. Luigi Peach got kidnapped again. What are the odds? Anyways, let's go save her again. In the end, once he spends years saving her, he wants a kiss, but he gets a life up. Zarian's dead. I know. He needs, I don't know. Are Mario's needs really being met in this relationship? That's up for debate. Oh, there was okay, yeah, there was clearly a stairway here. Clearly a stairway. Every time a new game comes out, here we go. Clearly a stairway. And that was clearly a puzzle that I butchered, but we don't have any magic. What the fuck? Bowsette. Give me magic. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious. Oh yeah, Ice Rod and Magic Hammer. But can I use the Ice Rod? See, I can't use the Ice Rod though. So yeah, I get that. I just don't have any magic. Hopefully one of these whiz robes. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't realize that was gonna drop me. Bowser in love with Peach? It seems like they really drove that home in both Mario Odyssey and the movie, but it wasn't always like that. He just like wanted power more than love. But at some point Bowser changed. Life is hard sometimes, I don't know what to tell you. So, okay, we're just gonna have to grind until we find some magic. Only the power of the Triforce. And Link's D of courage. Stop giving me hearts, dude. Somebody drop something. Come on. Pigmen really into the crow. It takes all kinds. I don't need bombs, bro. How did I go through all my magic? I guess I kept spawning fairies out of those things. I got full magic in here at one point. Magic. Flying dudes don't drop stuff. Let's see. I mean, this is pointless if I don't have magic. Do I revive with magic? Nope. Oh, I should have listened to your method, Ozzy. You know what? We should go get some potions. Let's go get some potions. Though, doesn't the witch's house have some really good potions? Let's go get some potions. I am admitting that I made a mistake, a very uncommon occurrence on the CubeDude stream. Unless we find... Get a bottle. We can hit the potion store, get a bottle. See what happens. Okay, we're bailing on this dungeon. Actually, if we're gonna bail... Speaking of bailing... Oh. Potion, alright, we're going on a potion run. Potion run. Oh, nice, there's a warp point right here. I have enough for a bunch of potions too. Let's just empty our bottles. Actually, I don't know if I have enough for 3. Give me one of those crystals, but don't tell my girlfriend. Potion run. I guess we can get 3. I hate I have to do that. Do we have enough for one more? We need 4 more rupees. Potion run, let's go. I like how excited we all are for the potion run. Oh, I've never been able to open that. Two more rupee. I'll take 3 ethers, 5 mana potions, and an herbal potion of greater mind. Oh, the green, what the yeah, what was I fucking thinking? I should have got the green potion. Oh my god, dude. Also, shouldn't have attacked that guy. Can't believe I spent all my rupees and did we do all 7 crystals? Whoa, dude, we gotta get... Wild Night in Hyrule. Okay, let's go. We're gonna have full... Yeah, what the fuck was I thinking, dude? I should have got the green potion. What should I do? Should I get the green potion or... Well, let's just stock up. We got no rupees, but we got 4 blue potions. Damn. Night, it's been 4 days. I'm glad you're back, dude. Make sure you're streaming CubeDude at 1440p. I mean 3. Okay, we only have 3. I might have exaggerated a bit. Might consider just 1 fairy. I mean 3 blue potions is probably a thank you B-man. 3 blue potions is probably overkill. 441p. Whoa, you upping your p by 1. You got an extra p in case of death. Yeah, that's a good point, because I guess the blue potion won't revive you in case of death. It's gonna be a long night. We got 3 blues. Where do I get the 4? Aren't there 4 bottles? Where do I get the 4th bottle? Where do I get the 4th bottle? Anyone off the top of their head? Box? Yeah. That's a good question. Where did I get the first 3? I got like 1 or 2 in Kakariko. We'll pick the, oh, what? Wait, which box? Yeah, well, we have all our progress saved. We just lost. I didn't have any magic and we couldn't progress. Yeah, we got under, okay, we got under the bridge in the 2 in Kakariko. Dwarf's house in the dark world. Okay. We just ran out of magic and couldn't progress, so we went and got a bunch of blue potions. Now we're gonna have a crazy night on the town. Link is sipping on that blue potion. Okay, dude with the, wait, dude with, oh, I don't know if I did dude with the sign. The guy who's like begging for money. I know, we should all chug some blue potion tonight. Go to where you got the sword upgraded in the dark. Oh, okay. That, okay, yeah, the sword upgraded. Then he gives you a box. The dwarf house. Are they a couple? Are they just like partner? Like non-hetero partners? I don't know, I don't judge. He's a potion-holic. He's hitting the potion pretty hard these days. And take it the oh, okay, the guy with the sign. I was wondering what his deal was. Like, well, I knew he was there for a purpose. And that purpose is to give me another potion bottle. We should go do that. Honestly, we should have done that before I went back in. But we're already here. After he picks the lock, he has to get tied up. He has to get tied up again. I don't know if we need to hit that. See, there's a full potion thing there. Why did that not spawn when we needed it? Yeah, I kind of wish I had one fairy. Blueberry vodka and LSD. Yeah, Link's a fan of psychedelic experience of consciousness expansion. Link loves expanding his consciousness. May or may not have been a friend of Charles Manson. The Dark World's one big trip. He's actually in a school right now. It's horrific for everyone else. Is this supposed to quake for like half an hour? Why did that quake for such a long time? The fuck? Yeah, oh, this expanded. I know, I thought it was gonna crash, because it's a real Super Nintendo, but I'm using, for those who haven't seen it, We're using an FX Pack Pro, and this is a quality of life ROM hack of Link to the Past. And it was kind of crashing when we were doing Goemon a couple nights ago, but so far so good on Link to the Past. Oh, in the previous 2 rooms. Okay. I think I did that. What's in this hole? Okay, let's do all the torches, man. Well, let's go through the hole. Let's fall down the hole. Yeah, you are correct, Jay-Z. It has accuracy issues with a few games, like Super Turrican, apparently. Oh, I don't want to? Okay, well, I got the key. I think I did the torches in the other room a while long ago, back when I still had, before we left the dungeon. Yeah, I should have gotten the green potion, dude. What was I thinking? And now we can go through here. Now we're talking. I've never really needed magic. This is the first dungeon where it's like you really need it. And I've been pretty reckless with my magic usage, honestly. Okay, I need to push something here. The cane. I guess I'm missing the cane. Where doth one get cane? Let's explore this dungeon a little more. Oh, okay. There's still a lot of stuff we haven't done in here. Oh, after lighting the torches. Okay, so maybe I did everything in the wrong order. Wait, hold up. I don't think I did this. Well, we got a key. Okay, you were right about the torches. These green-ass slug bombs. Let's go back down. You know, actually, I kind of want to just do this. We're just doing this. No comment. No comment. You didn't see that. You live by the Pegasus boots, you die by the Pegasus boots. I believe that's what Tupac said. Okay. Dude, I'm just going buck wild with these Pegasus boots. Tupac actually did say that. He had a whole album about A Link to the Past. There is a picture of Kanye playing Super Mario World in the studio when he was super young. Pegasus life, baby. Okay. Let's go yonder. I think now that I have this key, maybe we can do something down here. Oh, wrong room. Well, let's test Desi's theory here. And what was up here? Nothing. So we got these 4. Then we gotta do the other 4 at the same time. Now they're hooking me up with the potion. I should have just gone back, reset the dungeon, and gotten the potion that way. Fuck. Okay, boom, boom. Oh shit, Schlot? Let's fucking go. We schlotting? We schlotting tonight? What's up, Schlot buddy? I didn't realize we were schlotting tonight. Schlot's a great fucking guy, dude. You were doing Sega Saturn? Oh shit. Oh, they unlit. No worries. Okay. Yo, thank you for the raid, dude. What Saturn games were you playing? Okay. Okay, they unlit. So wait. We love some Schlot. So then I want to go back up and do the 4 up here. 15 games. Holy shit. Good job, dude. That's what I was saying. I was thinking I'm looking for the cane. Okay. Decompressing after a lengthy RPG. Story of my life. Story of my life. Okay, now we have a key though, and where are we gonna use this key, man? Okay, wait. Yeah, Saturn's awesome, dude. Well, any standouts from tonight? Oh, the cane on Death Mountain. Maybe we need to go get the cane on Death Mountain. We do have a new key, but I don't know really where to use it. Go. We don't want to go down there. There's really only 1 or 2 places to go. Let's go back. Okay, I've got an idea. So many background layers. Alpha 1, nice. You got into Street Fighter the movie. Saturn Bomberman is so good. We need to beat that game still. I'm at the final boss. The Saturn version of Street Fighter Alpha 3 is fantastic. We were doing a bunch of that a long time ago. We should do another stream of that. I just need to do more Saturn in general. Nope, this is not where we go. Okay. What's going on in here? I heard the special sound. Actually, hold up. I think where I want to go. Can I not open? Yeah, that was weird. I've never done Street Fighter Alpha 1 or 2, honestly. Okay, let's go back over. I've only done 3. Let's try going down. A weird special move system. I'll have to try one of these days. Oh, there's magic here? God, I can't believe the great lengths we went to for magic earlier. Oh yeah, third strike's tight. Okay. This is not fucking helpful, dude. That is not helpful. Okay, we need the cane. I think we need the cane. I have the big key. I think this is where we're stuck, though. We have the big key. You need the cane for that? So the cane is on Death Mountain. Room with a metal floor. The cane is in here. Okay, okay. How else did you light the torch to get the cane? So it's not what the torch is. It's room with a metal floor. You need the, okay, there are 2 different canes. We need the one here. It's, oh, it's just a bonus item. Let's go all the way to the right and on this pillar. I'm seeing something we didn't totally explore. And just like that, we got full life. We go across here. Yeah, we must have. It's been a while, though. Yeah, I went down that hole. I went down the hole. What's up over here? I think we're a little lost. Yeah, go to the right, find the warp tile. I think we did that. These are not bombable. Left shoot. Okay, where was that room? I want to say it was here. So yeah, down here. Fall, then go left. Okay. Oh, was there another? Oh, shit. Okay, wait, we've been here. We've been here. We used the big key already. And this takes a, yeah, this is where we're stuck. Okay, not that warp. Let's just redo this whole, okay. Okay, let me just redo that, all that. Instead of going up and warping, go right again. I feel like I've been there though, but okay, we'll try it. Where am I? God damn. Okay. Oh, but I didn't have the big key. What was up here again? Eh. Should I go up there again? I don't have a lot of magic. So we're falling. Then we're warping. I think I checked all the way up there. Okay, warp. Was it something in that room? Then go right. Yeah, it's just that room. Was it something in that room? This isn't just backseating encouraged, this is backseating dependent. Get down. I can't explode these, I've tried. This whole thing again, do that whole sequence again? Oh yeah, what's the red thing? What's that red thing? That looks special item E. Real quick, let's just see what was over here. Yeah, it looks like there's something up here. How do we open that? Oh, did I not do this room? Oh, fuck, we didn't do this room at all. God damn it. That's what's up. Yeah, oh my god. Okay. I totally forgot about this room. We came in here at the very beginning. Boom goes the dynamite! Fucking finally, okay. Now rinse and repeat. Okay, yeah. It was clearly on the map. It was clearly on the map. That's on me. I appreciate your guys' help. Yeah, I had poked my head in there when we entered the dungeon, but I forgot about it. Yeah, I'll take it. We could use some magic, though. I'd like to conserve our potions. Gotta dig deeper. Yeah, I had spaced out about that. Be sure to use up all your magic again. Yeah, magic power has not been an issue until this dungeon. Link's gotta have everything. I'd like to get all the items. And heart pieces. We're gonna be missing a few heart pieces. Do I have an? Oh, I guess we can take a blue potion. Although I'd rather not. Wait, where was it I go? Was it here? What's the ice rod trick again? This boss is pretty easy, that's good. What was the ice rod trick again? Where was the spot I'm trying to get to? Oh yeah, it was through the doors. It was through the doors. It's up and over. Hammer frozen enemy. Okay, let's try that. As soon as I have a convenient opportunity. Yo, that gave me a heart. That gave me a heart. Maybe it doesn't work with these enemies. It doesn't work with slugs. Well, we're low on health. I might as well just use the blue potion. Well, yeah, we have no magic. There was a lot of hype for that trick. Oh, there's just a good chance it'll happen. I'll probably try it again one of these days. Well, at least I won't feel guilty using the blue potion when I have full health. We're getting our money's worth. Here we go. Oh, that's cool. Lordy. It's usually pretty reliable. Were you holding the hammer like a real man? I think so. Like a real Kakariko. Oh, bomb left. Good looking out. I was wondering why this was all here. Yo, Schlot, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank God we have 60 bombs. Mother. What's going on here? Get them rupees. Rupees for my groupies. Tupac, Zelda, Shakur. That was funny. Tupac, huge Zelda fan. Bash into the wall and fall down the hole. Good. Yeah, I saw that. I saw there was something here. Okay. Finally, we got some light. Okay. And some magic. I'll take it. Oh, there was something up there. Whatever. You froze and hammer him too. I really should have. Should we do it? Should we do it? You shall not pass. Whoa, boomerang and hookshot not working? The welcome. Okay, forgot about arrows. Eyes do not like bow and arrows. Oh, just, okay. We're tweaking out, man. I'm just tweaking out. I like how everyone's got a different method. Those all sounded like good methods. His reproductive organs are more eyeballs. Sword upgrade. Let's go do the sword upgrade. Do. I was able to escape the demon's clutches because of Jizz XL. Thank you. Ganon captured us because he couldn't break the seal of the 7 sages with his power. Go to your house in the dark world to buy super bomb and do not dash at all while dragging around. Oh, okay. Okay. He needs the powers he inherited. We inherited, and so using the bishop as bomb, he drew us into the dark world. Get the cane, Dark World Bomb Shop, get Super Bomb, Bomb Pyramid, Sea-Fat, Fairy Silver, Arrows and Sword, then get Eye. Okay. Do I really need the cane? Where the bomb shop is Link's house in the Dark World? So he trapped us in these polygonal crystals and handed us over to the monsters. 7 savages. But Ganon's failure to account for you will be his undoing. Jizz XL, Princess Zelda's waiting for your Turtle Rock. Go to her. Okay. Okay, first let's get to the light world. Let's go get the cane. Just bad placement. It doesn't sound like a morning chore. I know, Death Mountain's more of an evening thing. My lord. So where is this cane that I hear so much about? ₹100 each time, okay. Where's this cane? Where's the camera? We have dropped. In here? I'm waiting. I think we did that. Yeah, the two doors down there. One of them had a heart piece. The left one had a heart piece. Or excuse me, the right one had a heart piece. Jesus. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, it's the right one. Burn a fair. Oh, okay. Let's do it. We're one heart piece away from a full upgrade. Do I want to fall down? I ain't seeing no cane, man. Oh, maybe in Dark World? Oh, let's find out. Is there a Dark World portal up there? Near where you were, buddy. Is there a portal up here for the Dark World? Oh, speak of the devil. Down, okay. Whee! Oh yeah, we couldn't have done this earlier. Last time we were here. Okay, I'm just gonna press start because it's so annoying cycling through everything. Magic. Oy. What does it actually do? Oh, it's the same as the cape. Well, we got it. It's a lame version. I'm so glad we went to all that trouble getting it. The cape is very helpful. Okay, Link in the dark. Yeah, let's get the 4th bottle. Bird to spot 7. I do not want that empty spot. No, wait, what? Yeah, let's do it. Here we go. Berry time. Okay, so we want to go to the dark world, then we want to go to the house with the dwarves, right? God damn it. Okay. Can we do both? Can we do both? Let's do the bottle first. Go to Kakariko, okay. No, it's all good. I do want that bottle. We'll just zip over there. Purple chest in the burned out house. Okay. What's up with this stump? Is this Minish Cap or something? Okay, we got a lot of burnt out houses here. Let's try this one. Oh. Okay. It's the dude who's into bondage. To the right. Ah. The dude who's into bondage. You're gonna have to be more specific. Which character who's into bondage? That could be numerous characters. Light World Desert entrance, okay. Oh, I can't dash? Oh yeah, the guy on the side of the road. Yeah, next to the sign. Okay, I can't Pegasus dash, which is unfortunate. Oh, let's hit the purple. Oh, we need that piece of heart. Let's do that. It's good to know. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Well, they're just good. They're good chickens. Good zombie chickens. Oh, did that just open up? Heart piece, let's go. I hit them in the right order. I was getting scared there. Oh, my thing was waiting for me. How kind. Come on. What the fuck? Okay. We're just gonna exit and re-enter. The dude who's into bondage. No, it's like stuck in a corner here. I thought it, oh, here we... I think I had it there for a second. It moved. Stop hitting butt. Okay, does it just automatically follow you? Okay, Jesus. Okay. Good lord. Hardest puzzle in the game. How do I make the chest follow me? Yeah, I was getting scared. Do I need to go to the light world? Okay. The chest will stay with me. Full inventory screen, let's go. Nice. Full inventory. Okay, Link's house in the dark world. Thank you for the GGs. Like a pimp. Pimps have full item screens. Thank you, Desi. Yeah, and full magic, okay. I gotta walk extra careful. Where am I taking the bomb? Okay, where do I take it? Yeah, where are we taking it? Where? Okay. Oh yeah, it's like the Hyrule Castle in the Dark World. Okay. What's the fastest path? Okay, we'll just go east, north, then west. Got big old bomb. I know, this is gonna be crazy. There we go. Luckily we got sword beams. Just do it. You're a bad influence. Whoa, that was a close one. I don't know, last time I came here could I do that? We haven't been here in a minute. Stay away! This is my bomb, baby. Here we go. So, what do I do? Press A? Boom! The sword and the arrow. Damn, that's a thick fairy. Free magic juice? Oh shit. CJ, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Look at it, matches our beanie. It matches our hat. Oh, that's a good look. And the arrows, okay. Let's throw that bottle in. Let's get our juice. They aren't light arrows? Guess that was an ocarina thing. I like how they stick in the wall for like a second. They're the OG arrows. What's up, Reaper? We be Cuban, homie. How you doing, Reaper? Oh, nice. We could have used that before. Okay. So we have a full inventory. Full inventory. A lot of upgrades. Should we do level 7? I do level 7. It's getting a little late, but I'm considering it. I'm considering it. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. Damn. Wait, the boomerang? Okay. There's a level 3 boomerang. I do like the boomerang a lot. I have the red one already. No worries. No worries. Good look. Make the fairy feel special. This sword is crazy. Is level 7 a hard dungeon? Oh, where do you get the red tunic? And the mirror shield? I want both those. Although I like the blue tunic a lot. Are those Dungeon 7 things? Do you find 7 to be annoying? Mirror Shield is Turtle Rock. Where is Turtle Rock again? I need the Mirror Shield for sure. Oh, it's Death Mountain. Yeah, let's go. Is Turtle Rock like the dungeon on top of Death Mountain or whatever? Let's go do that. I might save 7 for another time. Wait, that's where I was heading. Turtle Rock is up here. Oh, Turtle Rock is level 7. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we are missing 8 heart pieces. We should 100% this. You know, where do you get the red tunic? Oh, and level 8, okay. Good looking at. They're all thirsty for CJ. Can you blame them? But just, we match perfectly. Red will be my last item, but our yellow sword matches our yellow beanie perfectly. Well done. Yeah, you've got multiple girlfriends in Star Ocean. The lame tunic. Dude, this tunic is aesthetically so pleasing. How do I get up there? Oh, mirror and fall up. I know, we took a break to do Goemon not too long ago, a couple last stream. Okay. But then, how doth? I guess I never went over here. We were doing Goemon 3. Goemon 64 is great, but we were doing Goemon 3 for SNES. Yo, Desi, you should check out the Super Nintendo Goemons, might be like the best. We were doing the fan translation of Goemon 3 from 1994. It shares a lot of DNA with Goemon 64, it's just in 2D. He keeps asking where Bowser is. How do I fight Mother Brain? Fuck you, Bowser! Fuck Lakitu! Running a train, baby! Run a train, baby! I might just shorten that to just running a train, baby. What's up, Nifty? Are you Cuban, son? Stick some bacon in that, son. What's up, Nifty? Good to see you, man. How you been? Okay. It's a redeem party. I had a feeling. A cube.
Stop it, man! You're
freaking me out! Cube. Sometimes when I say cube and, it sounds like Cuban. I have a Cuban Wii. I imported a Wii from Cuba. This is like the best game ever made. I used to go to Paseo all the time at their old location in Fremont. I have not been there in like 15 years. I'd love to go to Paseo again. That was the best sandwich in Seattle. I can export a Cuban Wii. These do look like pancakes with syrup. Link should take a bite. He's got to eat more than fairies. You know what? I'm gonna buy a heart just so I can shoot beams. Best 10 rupees I've ever spent. Delivered, was it a little soggy? Where is it located now? Didn't they close down the old location on the hill in Fremont? Fuck. Well, where's my feather, dude? Where's my feather? Yeah, I bet it was sloppy delivered.
Serenity now!
Serenity now! Wait, is this the dungeon? Am I doing this dungeon? Okay, let's get there. Microtransactions for classic games. I'm sure people will love that.
It's go time.
It's go time. We got some Seinfeld fans. Was there a heart piece somewhere in there? Whoa, look at the clouds are lightning clouds? That's awesome. Oh, we got Lionels? There are Lionels in this game? Okay. But did I come, where did I come out of? Did I come out of here? Forget where I came out of. Okay, yeah. This has everything. Whee! Really? I'll take it. Oops. Wait, what the fuck? How do we get over? Infidelity. Ether. Wait, ether as in, as in magic powder? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. That's very much like Ocarina. Shit, we got multiple options. I need some mirror shield. I just wanted to be soothed. I didn't really need the heart. I know. I just want to play with the fairies. Mirror? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's the only thing to do. Let's go! I guess we could drop off. Whee! Oh shit. It was worth it. Let me up. Oh, mirror, okay. Awesome. Not in that spot. Oh, right order, so right, up, left. What's up, AW1? Counterclockwise, yeah. Nice. I don't think we're gonna fight Ganon tonight, but I'm contemplating this dungeon. It would be a pain in the ass to get back here. Yeah, take care, AW1. Appreciate you coming through. How long does 7 take? Is 7 annoying? I might call it. Yeah, I might call it. Oh shit. This can take 4 or 5 hours. I've been streaming like 4.5. Yeah, I think this might be a good point to stop and finish. Epic though. Yeah, let's do one more stream of this. This was a great time. Let's see, let's pick a raid target. Gavi. Oh, Cinna is doing Mystical Ninja. Not as hard as 6. Okay, easier than 5. Give me your stream key, I'll finish it. Oh, dude, multiple people are doing Goemon right now. Let's see where Cinna's at. He's been going longer than I have. Oh, you know, Steel Wolf. Steel Wolf is doing a partner push. What is Junebug up to?
Hey, listen.
This was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Let's see, what is Junebug up to? Oh, doing some cool stuff. Yeah, it's definitely bedtime. I'm tempted to raid. I love that Cinna is doing Goemon, and you know how I feel about Goemon. You know how I feel about Goemon. Yeah, Desi, thank you for hanging out. Always a pleasure. When did Steel Wolf start? She just started. She's doing a partner push. You guys stick around for the raid real quick. We are gonna raid Steel Wolf Shu. She's doing FF7. I think she's doing a Tifa cosplay. You're gonna want to see the Tifa cosplay. What should the raid message be? But she's doing a partner push. She's a good follow on Twitch. She's got pretty good social medias elsewhere too. She came in on the Goemon stream the other night. Good energy. Cool streamer. Give her a follow. What should the raid message be? That's a great question. It's a great question. I don't know when I'll be back. Possibly tomorrow. We'll see. We shall see. Wait, what is Gavi doing? It's tough to pick a raid target. Gavi is doing... Ooh, Link to the Past. Or no, Ocarina of Time. Let's just be like Cube Raid. I don't really like doing the big raid messages. Just be like Cube Raid. I would probably raid if Cinna hadn't. Cinna's been going for even longer than we have. Otherwise, I would raid him because he's doing Goemon. But who knows how much longer he's going. Fuck you, Bowser. Let's not say the F word when we raid in. What is... Oh. DreamWorks Kart Racing. There's so many good streamers. It's really hard to pick. As tempted as we are. You guys are gonna like Steel Wolf though. Give Steel Wolf a follow. I'll be back sooner than later. Join the Discord. Drop me a follow. Thank you everyone who helped. Motu, Ozzy. Thank you for sticking around, Evil Cockman. Everyone who came through. I appreciate it.